but I did end up getting assaulted, and that's
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Nathan Hoovey. Is it Hoovey or Hovey?
It's HOVEY?
Hovey? Nathan Hovey, offender number 129884. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Cummins. Can you see each of them?
Can you turn this up? I am really, no, unless that's working. I bring my hearing aids, so the batteries went gone.
Just turn it up and down.
Okay, I'm here now.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. Can you see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, and Agent Cummins on the monitor?
I see the attorney and I see David. Yeah.
Perfect. I'll be taking some testimony from you, sir, as well as Agent Cummins. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hovey, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I have.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
Best of my knowledge, yeah.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
I have. What little that she can help me out with at this time, I have.
Okay. Are you ready to proceed then today?
Come again?
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yeah.
All right. You can lower your hand. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, I understand that there are some pending charges, so we'd like to enter denials at this time and continue probably for 90 days. The default, however, when everything is resolved, he should write a letter to the board so that we can get back on the calendar.
Agent Cummins, your response and recommendation?
We would concur with that. If we do hear anything regarding those charges, we will update the board as well to make sure that everybody has the most accurate information possible.
Okay. Mr. Hovey, any questions about what we're doing today?
I'm confused. What's going on? Am I be able to take my case to court? Is that what's going on?
So yes, so you need to go and finish your court case before we can actually handle your matters. So once you're done with your court case, sir, write the board a letter and then we'll put you back on this calendar. Then you'll meet with me first for us to go over everything and then we'll meet with the board. Okay?
Okay, when will this court date be?
We're not sure yet, unfortunately, Mr. Hovey. Once I have that information, I will provide that to the board.
Okay.
Okay. What I will do today then is I will take denials as a placeholder, recommend a paper review in about 90 days. Mr. Hovey, what that means is the board will go out and see if those charges have been filed in approximately 90 days. And then we will schedule whatever we need to at that point. If for some reason you've resolved all the cases before then, write us a letter and we'll get you back on the calendar sooner than later. And Agent Cummins as well will notify us if he finds out the charges are not going to be filed, and then we can get you back on the calendar that way.
So it's going to take 90 days to settle this?
Well, that's what I'm saying is if, like, say in 2 weeks, Agent Cummins finds out they're not filing charges, he'll notify us and we'll get you back on the calendar sooner. But what we'll do is we'll set a date out in 90 days just as a placeholder so that you don't get lost in the shuffle somewhere.
So nowadays they got a tablet here at the prison and we can't receive mail. And that's including court records. And the tablet that they have for me does not work on my account. So I have a hard time
sir,
finding. Yes,
I have a suggestion for you because it sounds like you're having difficulty getting mail. You can always contact my office. My name is Kate Conyers. You can write down my phone number and then you can call me and I can give you an update so that you don't miss that.
Kate Conor?
It's CONY ERS.
ERS.
Mm-hmm.
And
my
course. Right.
That's right. And Agent Cummins also has my information, so he can also try and keep me updated. So when you call me, I'll do my best to answer your questions. Okay?
So this is going to be a short collect call I can call you on.
It's not yes, essentially. I have an attorney account there. So no one can listen to that call and it's privileged, okay?
Okay, if I don't hear from the paperwork, then I go ahead and call you.
Okay. Anything from anybody?
No, but I respect that this is getting worked on so I can get taken care of.
Yep, it looks like it's in the process, and we'll just have to give it a little bit more time to see how it flushes out.
Okay, attorney, thank you.
Okay.
And thank you. I guess this is the end, and have a good day. Huh?
Yep, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. David Chaddick, offender number 132491. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Massantonio. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chaddick, Agent Massantonio will be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chaddick, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
I am.
All right, Ms. Connors, I'd like to proceed. There, you're on mute.
Yes, I was. Here's the allegations. He'll admit to all three of them. The second one, he pled guilty to. So you can also take judicial notice of that.
On number 2.
The assault charge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your recommendation?
Yes, thank you. But he's looking to get out and have another parole if they will give it to him. He expires in April 2026. So he knows he's kind of cutting it close, but his mom is ill and she wants to be there for him and help take care of him. So if he can have another parole, that is what he is asking for. He would like to start at a halfway house or sober living. It sounds like he's very employable, so getting a job shouldn't be a problem. He's done manual labor before, so that's what he plans to do. And in his words, his main priority is get the hell off parole and to stay out of trouble. So those are his main priorities, and he's asking for that opportunity to be there for his mother before he expires, so he can expire while he's on the outside rather than on the inside.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have a time frame?
Not really. This was his 6th parole. He's been in for about 2 months. I guess I would usually ask for 180 days with credit for time served. I'm asking for maybe closer to 120 considering the condition of his mother.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Massantonio, response recommendation.
I think in this situation, AT&P is requesting that he remain in a little bit longer than the 120 days, but they would be willing to consider earlier time. However, again, he's got an approaching termination date, and at this point, he's had a lot of difficulty on parole. This is his 6th parole. Although he is employable, he does not have a great work history. He's maintained significant issues with stability, homelessness, drug use. As far as I understood, I thought his mom was actually in a care facility, so I'm not sure that she has the ability to support Mr. Chaddick. I could be wrong about that, but AT&P is just asking that he terminate from prison.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add, Agent Massantonio?
I don't at the moment.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chaddick, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations, and then we'll work our way forward. What happened with the violations?
Well, all I can do is accept responsibility for my own actions. I refuse to accept responsibility for other people's actions. Now, granted, obviously there's better ways I could handle myself. You know, I'd be lying to you if I said there wasn't, but I can't sit here and take responsibility and the slander and the libel and just the defamation of character that's put against me every single chance that like every agent gets to make me look bad when if you slight me for my wrongs, that's just fine. Don't slight me for stuff I'm not doing. That's what really pisses me off.
Tell me what you did do. I don't know anything.
Well,
tell me what you did do.
Sir, I accept responsibility for my actions. It'd be better if I didn't even get into it. I'm not here for being a saint, but I'm a good person. I do a lot of good deeds, and the agent knows damn well a lot about me more than she speculates. But I don't know. I try to help people. I'm not a bad person, but it doesn't help that I'm sitting here in front of you, I guess. But
Any drug use while you were out?
I did, but compared to my own self, I used to abscond my very first day out just so I could go get high, and I did not do that this whole time I was out. I got high a little bit, but I really cut down, and I did not want to come back for dirty this time, and I didn't want to come back for absconding. And my mom's in a rest home.
What drug?
No, she can't take.
What drug?
I didn't want to leave her there, so I never seen her again before she died. You know,
What
so I
drugs,
slowed down on getting high.
what drugs did you use while you were on parole?
Meth,
How frequently?
rarely,
What is that?
rarely this time.
What does that mean?
Like-
Your rarely and my rarely are completely different.
Once or twice a month. Not that much. I gave her several clean UAs. Several.
Okay. Any marijuana use?
Yeah, I smoked a little bit of marijuana. I'm handicapped. I had a little problem with my Medicaid on getting my permit, but I drank a couple times until I had no. I didn't have an alcohol clause. Once they put the alcohol clause on, I quit drinking.
Okay. Cocaine or heroin?
I don't like those drugs.
Okay. And then I show that you dropped out of the 18th Street a while back. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I wanted to change my life and do better.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of like anxiety, depression, suicide attempts, anything like that?
Well, to be quite honest, after all I've been through, I'm lucky I'm not in Provo, sir. But I look at it as mind over matter.
Okay. How's your physical health?
I'm handicapped. I've been better. I've been worse.
Specifically, do you mind telling me what physical issues you have?
I'm missing half the legs. I got shot. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm living on borrowed time.
Okay.
Maybe I'm here for a reason.
When did that happen?
I believe it was like 2008, sir.
Are you on medications or anything like that? Or
Yes, I take medication for neuropathy, sir.
Okay. So what would your plan be if the board were to grant you another parole?
Get a job. Yeah, get a job and move out of Weber County, I think.
Do you have an address, or it sounds like you'd need to go to a community center or something?
I would more likely prefer to go to like a sober living, so I could get out and work. I don't want to be in the residential because I can't save up money and I'm just going to be stuck when I get out and not have no place to go. So I'd like to, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll be accepted in one of those, but if that didn't work out, I guess I would have to go to a community correctional center.
Okay. Have you identified a program, or you'd still need to?
I'm working on that right now, getting the funding and stuff. I was considering Wasatch Recovery and I think it's Sandy.
Okay. All right. Well, those are all the questions that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
Not at this time, sir.
Agent Mastantone, anything like that?
No, not at this time.
And Ms. Conyers?
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chaddick, I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1, 2, and 3. I'll take judicial notice of your new conviction in case number 2418-02637, the assault, which I will attach to allegation 2. You've been through this process plenty of times, so you know what to expect. I'm going to write a report. That report will go to the board. The board will review it and make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written copy of their order. It could take a few weeks for that order to work its way to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to check the board's website beginning next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted there sometime next week and they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Is that BOPP.com?
BOP.utah.gov.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything from anybody? Yeah. That will conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
This time, place scheduled for a parole violation hearing. Mr. Jason Franker, offender number 248024. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today.
Okay.
On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Mastantonio. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Franker, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record, Agent Mastantonio has previously been placed under oath today and remains under the same obligation. Mr. Franker, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, I did.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, please.
Ms. Connors, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you. Yes, how we would like to proceed is that Mr. Franker and I had discussed on Monday. He already pled guilty to number one, so we need to amend that to the communication interruption of a communication device. However, he pled to it without the domestic violence tag, so if we can amend it to remove that tag. We'd also ask to dismiss number two, which was the criminal mischief domestic violence, as that was dismissed for plea for allegation number one. As for number three, he plans to deny it. This is the one about the substance abuse evaluation. He says that he did all the evaluations and that his therapist had that information and was supposed to get in touch to get updates on those evaluations. So he is denying that for now. However, on number four, with the domestic violence treatment, he will say no contest. He was trying to get into clinical consultants when he was arrested on all of this and hadn't completed that task yet.
Agent Antonio, what's your response to the amendment to allegation one and the denials to 2 and 3?
I think that the only concern is that, sorry, I'm just trying to look at the case right now. And although that was amended and the DV wasn't included in the charging of the case, it looks like there was some significant history of DV related incidences in his history. So I think adult probation and parole takes concern with that. But otherwise, the denial of allegation 3 is acceptable.
As well as allegation 2?
Yeah, if it was amended.
Yeah, I believe that charge is dismissed.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry.
Ms. Collins, your information?
Right. Was there a question for me?
Sorry, Ms. Collins, your recommendation.
Oh, yes, thank you. Our recommendation is 90 days and give him credit for the time he served in custody, which is a little, almost 3 months here in a week or two. So 90 days with credit for time served. He's asking for another attempt at parole. He plans to start that parole with an inpatient program. He's looking at 2 of them, WEWER Recovery or Valley Care. And then once he's done with those programs, he plans one of those programs, he plans to return to live at his mother's house in Ogden. He has a job that he can return to. That's at Wind River Excavation. Or if that doesn't work out for him, he plans to work at Olive Garden. He plans to obviously do the domestic violence evaluation that he needs to do and that treatment, as well as anger management. He has been making some good use of his time while in custody. He's in the MRT program right now, and he plans to continue MRT once he's outside. And in our conversation about what's going to motivate him, he said he was out for a year. He knows what he needs to do to be successful. He can't get involved in these sort of things, and he has every intention of being successful this go around. Thank you.
Agent Antonio, your response recommendation.
I think we'll follow the attorney's guideline recommendation of 90 days.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Franker, I've heard from everybody that you tell me what happened with these violations, and we'll work our way forward from there.
Okay, so I think it was January 7th is when the incident happened.
That sounds right.
Me and my girlfriend were having a little argument. It wasn't an extreme argument, but in the heat of the moment, I had bought her a cell phone for Christmas. So at that time when we got into an argument, I said, okay, well, I'm just going to take this phone back then. I wasn't really trying to take her communications device from her. I was more just upset and was trying to take back a present I had gotten her. And I realize now that that is wrong. I shouldn't have done that. Me and her have apologized to each other. We're working on it. I plan to go through therapy when I get out of here. I got Amnest, I think it is, in Salt Lake. It's through Valley Health that my family has reached out to, that they said as soon as I am released, I can go there and start doing the domestic violence classes, because clinical consultants is a little backed up in Ogden. So I'll be going to those as soon as I get out of here. And then I also have, like the attorney said, I got Weber Recovery that I plan to go to. And then I also plan to continue with Davis Behavioral Health with Tyrell Stunts as soon as I'm done with that, because that's who my therapist was before. Other than that, I was out there good for a year. I had 2 issues. When I got laid off from my job for the winter, it kind of triggered me, I guess. So I ended up with a relapse, as was one of the dirties I had given to my PO. But it wasn't even a dirty I had given, because I had relapsed a week prior, was clean when I talked to him, gave him a clean UA, but had told him about the relapse. So I just wanted to show that I was out there trying to do everything I can to better myself as a person. I know that there's a few things I need to do to continue to work on that, and I plan to continue to do so out there.
So in reviewing the probable cause statement, it says that both you and your girlfriend had blood on your hands and that a nightstand had been broken. Tell me about that.
The nightstand was very flimsy, and I had a bag full of like all of my stuff. It had like my workout equipment and everything. And I had set my bag on top of the table, and I was trying to tell the officer that the bag had broke it, but he told me there was no way it could break it. But the table was very flimsy. The blood had come from my hand. It was on her and my hand, because she had grabbed the phone back from me. So it was my blood. I had punched a hole in the wall, being kind of a jackass, like she told me, if you punch a hole in the wall, then we're going to break up. And I punched the wall a little bit. And as I punched the wall, it caused a hole. And I was like, oh crap. Like, I didn't even really mean to. I was just trying to be like smart ass, just in the heat of the moment kind of thing. And it had scratched my finger. And before that, like a week before that, I'd been in a car accident where my hand had went through the windshield. So my hand was already really messed up. So when I touched the wall, it just peeled the scabs back and they started bleeding.
Okay. So drug use, was it meth you relapsed on?
Yes, it was one relapse. I had relapsed and I instantly went to my PO about it. I was clean when I talked to him, and I had told him, look, I relapsed. I'm clean now. He did the UA. He's like, okay, well, yeah, you're clean. He says, but I'm going to have you sign this paper stating that you told me about the relapse. So it was considered a dirty. But yes, I had relapsed, but I was clean, and I was talking to him about going back to Davis Behavioral Health. I was just waiting for insurance to pick back up, because since I'd been laid off work, I didn't have work insurance anymore. And then I was waiting for the state's insurance to pick up, and that didn't start until January 5th.
Okay. Any gang involvement?
No, sir.
Tell me about mental health. Any history of like anxiety, depression, suicide attempts, anything like that?
I got anxiety issues, of course, but other than that, no. I plan to get out and go to a doctor, because I don't like the anxiety medications.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to get on something that's a little more easier. I do have my marijuana card, and that seemed to help this last time I was out with anxiety, so that it's not so bad for me at nights. It's normally just at night when trying to go to sleep, I have a hard time sleeping.
How's your physical health?
Oh, I'm in pretty good shape.
Okay. Nothing that would keep you from being able to work or be active or things like that?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, I plan to go right back out to excavation work as a laborer, so we can't wait to get back out in the trenches, as they say.
Are you aware you have a pending disciplinary?
Yes, I am aware. I got kind of caught up in a moment.
Okay, you don't need to go into details, because
I'm fighting it.
so.
Yeah, I am fighting it. So
Okay. So Weber Recovery or Valley
Camp,
right?
Valley Camp, yes.
Camp.
It's up in Eden and up by Pineview Reservoir in Ogden.
Okay. And what do you know about either of those programs?
I know that Weber Recovery is a 90-day inpatient program, and I don't know much more about it. I do know that it's helped a lot of people, though. I've had a lot of people tell me about it. And then I know Valley Camp is a 120-day inpatient program up in the mountains, no phone contact, away from everybody. They get you into classes. They get you sponsored through USARA. and all that stuff to get you a sponsor into classes,
So
all that stuff.
have you secured a spot at either one of those programs or what's the status of that?
Valley Camp has a spot secured, but they won't hold a bed until I have a release date.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And then
I assume,
Weber Recovery is kind of the same way. They said that once they know more about when I'm released, I'll have a bed available.
okay. I assume you can't work while you're in there.
At Valley Camp, I can.
Oh, at Valley Camp you can.
Yes,
Okay.
Valley Camp, you can work.
Okay.
If
And then
I can interrupt, just
Sure.
to clarify, Valley Camp is not licensed providers. It's more of a communal treatment. So we're living kind of an NAA group. It's not through a licensed provider.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Just to clarify.
I just knew that it was a good one, but my plan is for Weber Recovery.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like that might be the way you have to go. The other one's not certified. So, then go to your mom's and it sounds like you got a job and all that lined up afterwards.
Yes, sir. That my boss has already called me, wanting me to come back to Wind River. So
Okay.
I'm just waiting to get out of here and I'm going right back there. So after Weber Recovery, of course.
All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered? I think I've asked you all the questions that I have.
No, I just was wondering what you think you guys are going to do.
Well, we will get to that. Agent Master Antonio, anything to add?
I really don't. I thought that the general guideline though for the third violation would be 120 days incarcerated. So I think that may be the addition that I would like to add. But
So this is only my second violation.
this is your second?
My second violation. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I might have misread that. I apologize that I'm stepping in for somebody.
Ms.
No
Connor,
worries.
anything to add?
No, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Franker, what will happen today is I'll accept your admission to allegation 1. I'll note your denials to 2 and 3 and recommend that they be dismissed per stipulation. And I'll accept your no contest allegation 4.
Okay.
I will write a report and submit it to the board members. That report will include council's recommendation as well as AP&P's recommendation, which are pretty similar. The board members will review it and they'll make a decision on what they expect. I don't tell you what I think is going to happen because that's all it would be a complete guess on my part. And I don't think that's appropriate to set you up for something that may or may not happen. Right.
Of course. Of course.
And so within a couple of weeks, you'll get the board's decision through the mail. But if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully the decision will get posted there sometime next week and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right. Anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll
No.
conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
There he is. Today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Clayton Bune, offender number 68018. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Master Antonio. Can you see each of them?
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Bune, I'll be taking testimony from you if you could raise your right hand and be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record that Agent Mastantonio has previously been placed under oath this morning and remains under the same obligation. Mr. Bune, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yeah.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yeah. Yes,
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Connors, how'd you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. We did meet on Monday and he will admit to all three of the allegations.
Okay. Any recommendation?
Some more information. It sounds like when we were talking about changing residences, it sounds like his first address was denied, then he put in another address and that one was denied, and then he reported to the shelter, but people were using there, so he left. Then he submitted a third address in Roy that the agent said that they didn't get that information because it was during the holidays. So it sounds like he has been trying to get a residence. Our recommendations are 180 days with the credit for time served. That's for 2 months that he's served. And he is asking for another parole. Right now, he does have an address in Logan. I believe that he thinks that will be approved. He can also do construction work with that person who lives in Logan, remodeling houses. He believes he's completed most of his treatment, so that shouldn't get in his way of being successful on parole. And it sounds like now that this would be his 5th parole, if given the opportunity, he knows what he needs to do to be successful. So that's his request.
Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Agent Mastantonio, response recommendation?
I think that he will also follow the guideline recommendation given by his attorney.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
I don't think so. Is Mr. Bune listed as a habitual offender?
I'm not sure.
I'm not either. I don't know how that works out in the system. I know that's kind of a new thing, but I think maybe that would be something to take note of. It looks like he has a significant history of absconding. Doesn't, at least in the cases that we're supervising him on now, it looks like maybe he's had little time being supervised by APMP before he absconds and obtains new warrants. I think that's a large concern, but again, we'll continue with the guideline that's given by the attorney, 120 days.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bune, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Tell me about the violations. What happened there? I did receive your letter and reviewed that, so I have read that.
Okay, yeah, what I wanted to bring up was, as far as absconding, I had texted him, like I said, it was over the holidays. He insists that I didn't get it, or he didn't get the message of the other address. I screenshotted him another address, or the screenshot of the text to him on the day. And he told me that, oh, he didn't get it till the day that I sent him the screenshot when he was saying he didn't get the address where I was staying. And it wasn't a good situation there anyway, but I had to, so I left there. But I just want to note on some of the positives, I mean, when APMP picked me up, they picked me up at the address, which that I had submitted in the first place, which is a healthy environment. I mean, I've been clean for 16 months. So when APMP was there, they're like wrestling me down and wanting to, I didn't have anything on me. I've been clean for 16 months. They said, well, can you give us a UA? I said, yeah. So they took me to 12th Street Jail. I gave them a UA. It says tests on this parole. They said that just one. I've tested twice a week. I mean, being a drug addict or having a long history of drug abuse, I mean, clean UAs are important to me. So, I mean, for them to list the only one they got is when they arrested me, I don't agree with that. But, I mean, I was just looking on I have no aggravating factors. I have the mitigating. I completed WRC. I've been clean. No restitution, no fines. I don't know. I'm just trying to, and on my risk assessment, I just wanted to point out that, doing the program, I'm in prison for 2 possession of drug charges on this. risk assessment category on alcohol and drug problems, they have me as low, and the risk change dropped 31%. So, I mean, I know the clean time and 16 months and all that is little as far as my criminal history, but I mean, it's big wins for me. And I mean, just to see to actually have a blue packet that wasn't all negative was nice for me. I do have an employer that says if an address is an issue, he said he's got a fifth wheel on the property of the company that I could stay in. So I'm looking forward to that. And I would just hope that we could shave up some of that. It's a recommendation, 6 months. I mean, I would just hope that, I know I can do parole. I mean, with staying clean, I've never stayed clean. So this 16 months it's like a new beginning. And I would just hope to not do the whole 180 and be able to get, a quicker parole to get my life back. I mean, where I was arrested, I have assets that are just sitting there and I'm going to lose. I think the whole 6 months, they're going to impound my vehicles, lose my guitars. And so that's what I'm hoping. I got grandkids in Oregon that I've never even met. So I just kind of want to get my life back. And I know I don't want to ask for a lengthy termination, but I just would hope that it would go into the record that I don't owe fines or fees or anything of that nature. And if I'm hoping to get to Oregon. That's where all my kids and grandkids are.
No gang involvement, correct?
No.
How's your mental health? Any history of anxiety or depression or anything like that?
Yeah, I've been on Adderall in the past just for ADHD, but I didn't seek that this time because it's a stimulant, an amphetamine, and I don't even want to be anywhere close to that. So, like when I went to the homeless shelter and they were actively using on the step of the building, I knew that wouldn't be a good spot for me. And I know it was wrong to go against AP&P directing me to go there, but I had severe anxiety just even walking up to the place with the people using it out front. So that's where I'm at with that.
How's your physical health?
Good. I still be working construction or auto. I did auto mechanics at the new prison and working on my ASC certification. So so I'm still healthy. I mean, 52 years old, I'm still doing pretty good.
Okay. Whose place is it in Logan that you're looking at? Is that the employer's fifth wheel or?
Yeah, John, it's John,
you don't need to give me the name.
yeah,
Just wanted to see if the employer's fifth wheel was different than the place in Logan that Ms. Conyers had.
no, it's the one in Logan, yeah.
Okay. And then remodel houses with your there and then go back. Who were you in treatment with?
WRC.
Okay. Have you signed releases of information and all that stuff so they can share that with AP&P?
Yeah, and I did 2 UAs a week there, so I don't know, like when they arrested me and the one I gave them, the clean one I gave them, that's the only one in the blue packet is one clean UA. And I mean, I was clean the whole time, so I don't,
Okay.
no dirties.
All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No.
Agent Mastantonio, anything like that?
No, well, maybe an option for housing would be to release to a CCC. I don't think we've tried that on this parole.
Okay.
That's it.
And we can use that if an address isn't approved.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Conyers, anything to add?
No, nothing. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pugh, I will accept your admissions to each of the allegations 1, 2, and 3. I recommend your parole date of October 22nd, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know what to expect.
Yes, sir.
I'll write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as AP&P's recommendation. The board members will review it. Once they've reached a decision, you'll receive a written copy of their order. It could take a few weeks for that to work its way to you. So in the meantime, if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, they can check the board's website beginning next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted by then. and they can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right, that will conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thanks, Anna. For Justin Rockwell, offender number 183212. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Hopkins. Can you see each of them?
Hello. Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Rockwell, Agent Hopkins, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rockwell, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Conyers, I'd like to proceed.
Yes, thank you. What we'd like to do is to admit to the 3 allegations.
Are there charges being filed in relation to allegation 1, Agent Hopkins?
To the best of my knowledge, no. There's no charges being filed.
So if we could just amend that to a technical, I assumed that was the case.
Are you okay amending that to a technical agent?
Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Conyers' recommendation?
Yes, thank you. Just as a note, he does expire in a little over a year. However, he is asking for another opportunity at parole. He's had 2 paroles. He'd like to do 90 days and ask for credit for about the 60 he has served and then seek another parole. He'd like to start at a halfway house. And he currently is on a list for an apartment, so he hopes to get an apartment. And he plans to return to a CCC correctional program if they'll let him. One of the main motivations for him not wanting to just terminate is because he is on a list for an apartment, and if he terminates, he thinks it'll be too long, and then he'll lose his place for an apartment, and that would make a really big difference for him and his success in life. He does say he has changed a lot, and his changes will make a big difference for him, not only on his parole, but in his life. He's never been on the shot before, but now he's been 2 months on a Abilify shot, and that's been a voluntary move on his part. He hasn't had any write-ups, which is great. He's been working on his communication with prison staff and trying to really watch his behavior inside, hence the no write-ups. He also has a lot of support, both from members of the Alliance House, and he plans to work with the Mormon Church on whatever resources that they can provide him. As we noticed before, Mr. Rockwell, before you signed on, we did discuss that you do have some pending misdemeanors that don't need to be addressed today, but you may want to look into those and get those resolved. But it sounds like Mr. Rockwell has a lot of great plans and a lot of resource in which he should be able to be successful on parole, and ideally will terminate on the outside rather than on the inside.
Thank you, Ms. Connor.
Thank you.
Your response recommendation.
Well, like the allegations say, he failed to complete the MIO program because he got removed due to the criminal activity violation. Both parole studies had ended with him going back to prison, with him assaulting other people. This particular incident, pretty much he got upset when he got told no about watching a movie after curfew. He began yelling at the staff here, kind of taking a fighting stance. According to the report, it says that he spit on one of the officers here. He then headbutted the window in the control room. It still hasn't been replaced, but he broke it pretty good, shattered it. It's still in place, and one side of it's just fine, but the other side does obstruct the view for it. Treatment, he really wasn't here all that long. Wasn't really able to get into too much treatment on it. Our recommendation would be that prior to being granted another parole opportunity, he should complete mental health treatment out of the prison, successfully complete that, get stable on medications. Then the APP would have no issue with him having another parole. However, I don't believe he would be welcome back at Atherton due to his behaviors here and due to the destruction of the window here. If he was considered for another CCC or parole, he would probably have to go up to Northern Utah. I know that they've only got a set number of beds for each program available there, so I don't know if that's something that he would still want to look into or not.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, Agent Hopkins?
Really nothing more.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rockwell, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Let's start with the violations and work our way forward.
Okay, sir.
Tell me what happened with the violations.
The violations, okay, the night before I was manic
They moved me into another cell. I tried to fix the sink, and it was obviously I was manic. They actually had an ambulance come to check my finger. I got cut. I'm not trying to take blame on anything else or blame my mental illness. The situation is pretty much cut and dry, but there was a lot of things that pinned it up to it. It wasn't just because that he said no to me at watching a movie. I asked for uni first, and they did not allow me to have uni called. I asked for treatment. I'm not treatment. I asked to actually see somebody to talk to, but I was too out of my mind, out of reality, that it just didn't make sense. So I thought if I could calm down, I could figure it out. I don't recall spitting on the officer, sir, but I do recall the headbutt to the window. I have been a violent person in the past. I've had a lot of different ups and downs with my mental illness. I take full responsibility for that part. I've never been on this shop before. I'm on it now. And you know what? If they're not going to accept me back, I understand completely. But maybe since I do have a year left, we can work something out. But that's not what you asked. Sorry about that. I went off the key.
No, you're fine.
What I've done to prepare, what I've done to prepare myself with the way that my energy works with the shot. Coffee doesn't get me amped up any longer. There's no aggression. There's no hate in my heart. I'm content where I'm at. And you know what? The 2 weeks that I spent at Atherton trying to figure out myself, you know what? It was what it was. But when I was at Bonneville, they didn't tell you I had a job for 8 months at Goodwill through the Alliance House. There's a lot of things that I've had going for me that I know I can keep completing. And Atherton's not built for mentally ill people, I don't think. They've let people be high there that haven't even left. And I'm not trying to yell at Atherton. I'm an addict, okay? I didn't choose to use any drugs those 2 weeks I was there. There was 3 other individuals that were, and they let them stay there. And I think that could have triggered part of my mania because it wasn't a stable environment for me. I think, honestly, I'm better off if we terminate me and get me out of the system. I'm a unique character. I dance everywhere I go. I draw attention to myself. And you know what? It's not going to work if I'm on paper anymore, I don't think. But I know. I got to stop talking. I'm just...
No, you're good. How's that if they do a termination? Is that going to affect your housing though?
Yeah, as soon I asked my caseworker about the apartment list, she says I'm still on the list. If I terminate, I can actually probably get in touch with my caseworker here and find out where I am on the list and write it out. I do have family. My dad lives in Taylorsville, Utah. The only reason I haven't reached out for him is because he doesn't want a son that's on paper. And it's not because he's doing anything wrong. He's just a stand-up character. And if I go there healthy as I am now with the shot and actually doing well with the medication, I know he'll hold me up until the apartment opens. But I won't do good unless I have this place, this chance, because I need a dog and I can't have a dog on parole.
Okay.
The shots opened up a lot of opportunities mentally because I feel like I can actually hold down a job now. I've been in a cell with an individual for a long time. Then I tested the patience level and I didn't snap. I wasn't aggressive. I stayed calm the whole time. And then I had an altercation the other day where I turned and walked away from it. And that's never been my thing. I've never walked away from a fight and felt good about it. But you know what? I felt really good about that one.
Okay. Are you on any other medication other than the Avila?
Yes, sir. I take Effexor, and you know what? My dose was too high while I was at the halfway house, and by my TAM being denied, I wasn't able to see the psychiatrist to actually explain that to him, because Leslie always usually allows me to have a crutch of 225 when I'm in my low depressed side, but it also tends to amp me up, and so we're down on a lower dose there. I take a thyroid medication. I take a medication for my foot, for my nerve damage, and I also take a side effect medication. I know exactly how to get my medications. I know where to go. I have a provider at Redwood Clinic, and her name's Dr. Jonette, and she's more than willing to work with me and trying something different. I don't get along anymore, it seems, in small areas when I really want to succeed, but I'm held back. And I've always been 0 to 1,000 with the bipolar, and it's been a curse my whole life. I I've never wanted a shot, but all of a sudden by actually listening to the psychiatrist and actually being gung ho for it, I know I can take care of myself now. I know that I can be a product of success.
How long does that shot last?
This shot has 2 months insurance.
Okay.
It's one of those ones where it'll take care of everything and keep me good before I leave too, to get everything going.
Okay.
It's an expensive shot, but TAM should pay for it. I think it's time that I take initiative. I'm 38 years old. I've been in the system for 15 years, on and off. I've terminated a couple times. And I'm almost at the end of these 0 to 5s, and I need a break. Them not telling me that I can't come back to the halfway house is understandable. But you know what? I actually reached out for help one time, and it didn't work. I know how to take care of myself. I know how to calm myself down, and I know how it works now. I'm just getting to know myself for the first time, and it hurts my feelings deeply because I was generous and kind to all the staff. They knew I was going through a cycle. I was kind, and I was being really cool with them. No assaults or nothing, no lip. I was just kicking it in the backyard with the peacock. All they did was laugh at me and chill.
Agent Hopkins, is there any restitution for the damaged window?
As far as I know, we haven't filed for any restitution on the window yet.
Okay.
Been 2 months.
All right. Mr. Rockwell, I think I've asked you all the questions that I have. Do you have any questions for me?
You know what? I'm truly grateful for this opportunity just to sit here again. I know that it's going to be decided either way what's going to happen. If you could just, my only question is as soon as physically possible in your judgment, that's all I ask. I'm ready to succeed. And so it just, whatever it takes, I'm ready to get going.
Agent Hopkins, anything you'd like to add?
Just some clarification. He made the comment that he requested to go to uni. He was having some issues and we flat out denied. That is not true. When he came up and talked to us, we did offer to call the mobile crisis team. We actually did call them. Talked to an ambulance, came out and took him to medical to be evaluated prior to the incident. So, and as far as the drug use, I mean, we do the best we can to keep drug use from happening on center. Unfortunately, that's kind of the nature of the beast, that we do get some that slip through, and when it does happen, we handle it on a case by case basis. So it's not like we're just allowing them to use it or encouraging it. We do act on it. Aspen is actually designed for mental health. It's supposed to be strictly a mental health facility right now. So we have clinical staff on site pretty much from about 8 o'clock in the morning until usually 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Obviously we can't have them here 24/7, but we do the best that we can. We use every resource we've got available for any kind of mental health issues, including the mobile crisis team on it. And we've all been instructed as staff that should anyone come to us with mental health crisis, we are to call that mobile crisis team immediately.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Connors, anything you like that?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rockwell, what I'll do today is I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And recommend that your parole date of January 14, 2025 be revoked. You do have a few different cases that are out there. Are you aware of those?
I actually took care of most of them when they took me to ADC. So I think there's just 2 misdemeanors in downtown.
Yeah, I think looks like you've got court on those next week.
Yeah.
What I'll do today is I'll write a report that'll include council's recommendation as well as APP's recommendation. It'll get routed to the board members. They'll review it and make a decision on what they want to happen moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive an order from them. It could take a couple of weeks for that to work its way to you through the mail. But if you have contact with friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week.
Great.
Hopefully the decision will be posted sometime next week, and then they can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Yes.
All right,
Can I say
anything from anybody?
one last thing? I apologize and I'm grateful and thank you for everything you've done.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. That'll conclude the hearing.
Thanks.
Thanks. hearing for Mr. How do I say your first name?
Kellen.
For Mr. Kellen Brewer, offender number 230963. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Kim. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Brewer, Agent Kim, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Brewer, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
I didn't bring my blue packet in today.
Okay. Have you read it before today, though?
I have read a little bit of it, yes.
Okay. And did you meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. We did talk on Monday. We will admit to all three of the allegations.
Your recommendation?
Yes, we'd like to do 90 days and credit for about the month he has served and then allow him another opportunity at parole. He'd like to do the Timpanogos halfway house and then do a mental health program there. His plan is to, so it sounds like maybe some of the problems from his last parole is he didn't have enough to do. He got a little bit bored. And so maybe with a little bit more work, with a little less freedom and more stuff to do, he can stay on track. So that's his plan, is to better engage. He is willing to do any halfway house, but he would prefer the Timpanogos halfway house, and he plans to do his best. That's his plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Kim, your response and recommendation.
I would be fine with him going to halfway house. However, as this is his 5th parole and all of his previous paroles have also been revoked because of absconding or new charges, I would recommend a year in the prison with whatever mental health treatment he can get while there. But I would also recommend that he be released to a halfway house, whether that's Atherton or TCTC or wherever that he can get the mental health treatment he needs, plus GPS for 180 days.
Right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Brewer, tell me about the violations. What happened there?
On the violations, the last violations, I ran because I wasn't doing anything and I got bored and I just ran. And this time I want to go to a halfway house at Timpanogos. I've never been to Timpanogos, and do the MIO program there where I'll have less freedom and I'll be more proactive.
Okay. So you were gone for a couple of weeks, right?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at during that time?
I was living in hotels.
Who was paying for those?
I was paying for them.
Okay. Any drug use while you were out?
Yes, sir. I was doing drugs.
Tell me about that.
I was smoking marijuana. I was doing meth, and I was drinking.
Okay. How frequently were you smoking marijuana?
I was smoking it every day.
Okay. What about meth?
Meth, I was doing it every day.
And then alcohol?
Alcohol, I was drinking every day.
Okay.
And I want to...
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to apologize for making those mistakes, and that I want to become a better person. So please have the right judgment for me.
Okay. How were you
Thank you.
How were you arrested?
I was arrested. I got pulled over. My friend was driving and he made a 2 of a white turn, and the cops pulled us over and ran our names, and that's how I got arrested.
Okay. So you don't have any new charges or anything?
No new charges.
Any gang involvement?
No, I don't gangbang.
Okay. How's your physical health? Any concerns there?
Physical health. I'm doing pretty well. I haven't been working out, but I think I might start working out.
Okay. And then tell me about your mental health. Any diagnosis?
I have depression and anxiety.
Okay. Are you currently on medication?
Yes, I'm in mental health right now.
Okay. So what would your plan be if the board were to grant you another parole?
I will be in Timpanogos and I will do good. I'll listen to them and do all my classes, do my MIO program and accomplish the MIO program so I can be a free man.
Okay. Do you work? Do you have a job, or do you do programming, or what does a day normally look like for you when you're?
Usually at the halfway house, I'll get a job. I think I don't know if I have to do the MIO program first and then get a job, but I'll get a job working at a factory.
Okay. What kind of work do you do?
So I worked at Capstone Nutrition, which I packaged vitamin medication, and then I worked at Purple Mattresses, where I made purple mattresses.
Okay. And do you have any support in the community? Any friends or family or anybody else?
I have my brother and my uncle.
Okay. All right. Well, I think those are all the questions that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
I want to thank you for seeing me, and I want all of you to have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Agent Kim, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, as far as his mental health goes, I think it was one of my first meetings with him, but he told me that he has pretty severe schizophrenia as well. So as long as we can get that under control, I think he could do pretty good.
I forgot about that. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. Anything else, Agent Kim?
No, that's it.
Ms. Connors, anything to add?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brewer, I will accept your admissions to each of the allegations and recommend that your parole date is September 17, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process several times, so you know what to expect. I'm going to write a report. That report will include council's recommendation as well as APMP's recommendation. The board members will review it, then they'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written order from them. It could take a few weeks for that order to work its way to you. So if you have contact with friends or family or anybody on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. Hopefully the decision will be posted online next week, and then they can let you know what it was so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything from anybody?
No, sir.
All right. Hearing nothing then, that will conclude the hearing. I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jonathan FITHIAN, offender number 150100. Mr. FITHIAN has authorized his attorney, Mr. Conti, to represent him today in his absence. So currently there are 2 allegations. However, there is a pending case number 2519-01726. Theft by receiving firearm or operable motor vehicle, 2nd-degree felony, has a scheduling conference set for April 14th, 2025. That charge is associated with allegation 1 on the warrant. There's also another case number 2519-01818. There's a scheduling conference set for April 4th, 2025 for receiving or transfer a stolen vehicle, 2nd-degree felony. This case or the charge was not alleged on the warrant. We have Agent Kim here representing APMP. Mr. Conti, we do have those 2 allegations. I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. We'll be entering denials today and moving to continue the hearing until those pending cases can come to a resolution.
Okay, thank you. Agent Kim, is there anything that you want to add?
No, Agent Sessions also requested to continue. He said he will amend the report with the case number ending in 1818, just so we can have an updated report.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Sabrina. Is it NAOUPU? NAOUPU. Offender number 253550. Is that your offender number?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Tolton, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Right.
Okay, so Mr. Conti is here today. They work together. He'll be representing you, but he's been briefed on everything about your parole violation. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay. Everything in that blue packet is a copy of everything I'm using for this hearing today and what the board will use prior to voting. So currently we have 2 allegations, but before we start, I am going to take judicial notice of a new conviction. It's case number 251900843, possession of a dangerous weapon by restricted 3rd-degree felony and interfering with a peace officer class B misdemeanor. The possession of a weapon is associated with allegation 2, interfering with the peace officers associated with allegation number 1, and that charge was dismissed with prejudice. On March 14th, 2025, you did receive a 0 to 5 year prison sentence that was suspended. So currently we have those 2 allegations. Mr. Conti, are there any motions, and is she willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading. At this point, we would deny and move to strike allegation number 1 and make admissions to allegation number 2.
Okay, thank you. Agent Tolton, what do you want to do with allegation 1?
Let's see. Allegation 1.
It's the interfering with a peace officer.
I'll agree with that to dismiss it.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, based off of your new conviction and the admission to allegation 2 that's associated with the conviction, I am going to recommend the board revoke your January 9th, 2024 parole date. Mr. Conti, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. We're recommending 90 days and another opportunity at parole. The plan that Ms. NAOUPU has prepared is to go to Orange Street. She believes that there she can maximize her treatment options and her housing options. She would return to work at Salty Pineapple in Harriman. There is a matter of a protective order. I'll let her speak to that in greater detail. But I think the position is that she's going to ask to drop this protective order with an individual. So I'll let her speak to that in more detail.
Okay, thank you. Agent Tolton, I'll turn it over to you.
I agree with Attorney Conti's plan to Orange Street and then to continue working at the Salty Pineapple. With the protective order, my concern is just during the time on parole, there have been some issues with the person in question. And I'm just wondering how that would play out if we were to drop it.
Okay, who's the victim?
Well, it's not the victim, it's my co-defendant, Tyler Lyman.
Okay, and is the protective order ordered on the parole agreement or from court?
Yeah, it was on the parole agreement. Like, they wanted me to get it on the parole agreement, but I didn't even have anything to do with that.
Okay, so is there anything in court that restricts you from having contact with your co-defendant? Okay, so Agent Tolton, if the board orders no contact, then it's the same. She just can't have contact. If she does, she would it'd be a violation.
Okay.
So does APNP have a position on that? On whether or not to add that as a special condition, or what do you think about that, Agent Tolton?
Just the experience that I've
dealt with just during parole. And then this most recent one, I would say to add it just to ensure her safety.
Okay. All right. Anything else, APMP?
Nothing at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am, so I have some questions. So this person is your co-defendant, or that you don't want to have the no contact, right?
Yeah, I want to drop it. So
Okay.
I was asking.
I'm looking, I don't see anything in, except for the standard conditions would be that you can't have contact with a co-defendant. But are you in a relationship with this person? Were you living with them?
Yes, I'm in a relationship.
Okay. And what's the person's name?
Tyler Lyman.
Okay. And APMP mentioned some concerns about that. What do you think about their concerns? Is it going to be an issue in the future?
I feel like it would be an issue for me to even have the no contact order on there because I would like to have contact with him. That's why I was asking if I could please drop it.
Okay.
Because I'm not just going to be like, yeah, I won't contact him. And, you know, because we have had issues. He has been my husband and my boyfriend for like 9-10 years.
Are you currently married?
We got divorced.
Okay, so he's your boyfriend right now. And were you living with him when this happened?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you're okay with me telling my side of the story after your questions.
Yeah, I'll give you a second to do that. All right, so number 1 was dismissed. So what we're dealing with is the possession of a weapon. The 2 allegations are really from the same criminal episode. So tell me what happened.
So I was getting off work, got off work like an hour early. And then I came home and Jenny Lyman was the one that called the cops because her son was having a schizophrenic episode.
Okay.
But she didn't tell him the whole truth. And this is from the officers telling me that she told them that he was holding me hostage and had a sword to my throat, which he did not. And so that being said, the door got kicked open. They were checking on my well-being, but me not knowing what was going on, I went in front of him and started protecting him from getting shot. So that's how I got the interfering with the police officer. And then after a few minutes, they were trying to get me to obey them and go away. And I didn't listen for a few minutes because I didn't want him to get shot. And then when I moved just a little bit, they did shoot him with a less lethal round, according to what they said on, the paper. Right. And when he dropped the sword, I picked it up probably for like 2 seconds. And then when they told me to drop it, I dropped it. I have no weapons in my possession, or I don't even buy weapons. So I kind of like was wondering why they even charged me with that. I understand because I picked it up, but it's not,
Well, that's why. So so why did you plead guilty to it then?
Well, I mean, I didn't want to keep going on with this because if you see the charges, they're kind of honestly not even, they don't make sense. You know what I mean? If you read it, they came to see if I was okay, but then I'm the one that's getting arrested for blocking someone that's having a schizophrenic episode from getting shot and then picking up the weapon. I understand interfering with the police officer, but that's someone that I care about, and I wasn't going to just let him get shot because he's not really there.
Okay. So do you want to plead guilty to this allegation?
The dangerous weapon by a restricted person?
Because we could take it to evidentiary if you want.
I don't know how long it would be. I mean, I would love to just do 90 days. That's honestly.
Well, going to evidentiary, it would be a couple months before you'd see the board.
Yeah,
but
that's honestly why I just pled guilty to. Because I would like to go back out and start my life again because I do not want to be here in prison.
Okay. So let's see. So it looks like you were participating in SOTP. You were preparing for your polygraph. There was some THC use. APMP said it was because you couldn't get a medical card due to your immigration status. But then this new conviction came along. Your last parole, there were new charges, disorderly conduct, or new criminal allegations, possession of materials that exploit children. This is your second attempt. So why should the board let you out in 90 days?
Because I was actually trying to be good on parole. I actually went to my SOTP program. I actually went to go check in with Tolton. Even when I struggled to try to get there, I still was getting there. I mean, like you said, my immigration status, I don't have a way to get there fast enough. I have to take tracks. The commute takes long, and I still went to go see Tolton.
Okay, so if the board orders the no contact, what's going to happen? Because I don't know what they're going to do.
I mean, if they would like that, then I'll abide by it. I'm not going to lie to you right now. It will be hard.
Okay. And then about the THC use, if you can't get a medical card, do you plan to continue, or are you going to find a different way to deal with stress? Because that's a violation.
Yeah. I'll just find a different way to cope. If I have to, then I'll start taking my pills. But I don't like pills.
Okay. Okay, then tell me about this job. What is salty pineapple? I've never heard of it.
It is Mo Betta's the Mo Betta.
Okay.
It is a Hawaiian barbecue place, and they have a variety of foods. I love working there. It actually got me out of my shell. It got me to come back to, like, you know, society and slowly grow it, because I was scared to go back out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I was locked up for basically 4.5 years. I feel like I'm pretty sure it was 4.5 years. And I was scared.
Okay.
But salty pineapple got me on my feet. You know, I talk to customers. I'm a host. I'm a cashier. Like, I love that job.
Okay, and they'll take you back.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if the no contact is not enforced, where do you plan to live?
I'll just try to get on my feet with Orange Street. That's why I recommended it, so that they could help me with my immigration status, also with housing, any of the programs that I need to be taking.
Okay.
So all of that.
And then if they put it in place, is that still your release plan?
Yes. Okay. I would love to go there either way, because, I mean, as of right now, I don't have a place. So Orange Street would be the best plan.
Okay. And then you mentioned that if you can't get a medical marijuana card, you'll take pills, although you don't like them. What mental health issues are you dealing with?
Honestly, just stress, anxiety. I do have a lot of PTSD from my past.
Okay.
I do have a lot of mood swings.
Okay.
Yes.
And then have you reached out to mental health since you've been back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And are you taking anything now?
As of right now, just risperidone.
Okay. Is it helping?
I mean, I don't really take them as much because, like I said, I don't like pills.
Mm-hmm.
And I work culinary, so I have to wake up at like 4:30 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be groggy because I will miss the cut to go to work.
Okay.
And I get off at 4:30. So,
well, how do you think your mental health is right now?
I mean, as of right now, it's okay, but I'm trying to do good. I'm trying to not get any write-ups. I'm not trying to do anything that will get me in trouble and stay here longer.
All right. And then do you have any medical issues that you want the board to be aware of?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. All right. So I see you haven't had any disciplinaries. Since you've been back, there hasn't been any issues with performance. in the prison. Is there anything else that we haven't discussed that you want me to include in the report?
Just trying to think of anything else I could bring up. I think we've discussed everything.
Okay. All right. So here's what's going to happen. I'll take the recommendation from your attorney for 90 days. Sounds like APMP's on board with that. The issue really is whether or not the board's going to allow contact. I'll submit to the board your side of it and then APMP's comments as well. In the next 30 days, you'll find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. If you do get a parole, it will also include your parole date and the special conditions. Do you have any questions for me?
That is all.
Okay. All right. At this time, I'll conclude the hearing. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Talton.
Yeah, of course.
Good morning. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Alexander Johnson, offender number 244200. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Holmes. Agent Holmes is appearing just by audio. But before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday? Oh, you can put your hand down. Did you meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
The board attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Conti is here today. He works with Ms. Conyers. He's been briefed on your parole violation and will be representing you today. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of that blue packet?
Yes.
Okay. Everything in that blue packet is a copy of what I'll be using for this hearing today. So currently you have 5 allegations, but before we start, I do want to take note of a pending case number 2517-00180, failed to stop or respond at command of police, 3rd-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 3 on the warrant, and driving on denied Class C misdemeanor attached to allegation 5. You have a pretrial conference set for tomorrow. Currently, we have 5 allegations. Mr. Conti, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, we'll wait formal reading. At this point, we will enter denials and move to continue 30 days to let that pending case percolate a little bit. I believe he has a hearing set for tomorrow, in fact.
Okay. Agent Holmes, is there anything that you want to add?
Nope, that sounds good.
Okay. All right, sir. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to stop the hearing here and let the board know about the pending case in the next 30 days. Hopefully it will be taken care of. One thing we do ask from you is once this case is adjudicated, please send us a letter letting us know what the outcome was. You're the person there, so you'll be the first one to know what happens. It does take us a while to get notification. So the faster you can let us know, we can get you scheduled to pick up where we left off here today. Do you have any questions for me?
No, do I just write the board like on a paper and send it in the red envelope?
Yeah, you can just send a letter to say my case is done. This is what happened, and then we'll look into it. So we track it, but again, it takes a little while to get the information from the court. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So thank you. At this time, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck to you in court. Thank you. Good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for, is it Damian?
Charles.
Charles Samuels, offender number 247733. Is that your offender number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
I know.
Thank you. Now, did you meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so you know, Mr. Conti is here today. He works with Ms. Conyers, has been briefed on everything surrounding your parole violation, and will be representing you, okay? And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what I'll be using for this hearing today. You currently have 3 allegations, but before we start, I am going to take judicial notice of a case number 2519-00925, domestic violence assault, class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation number 1 on the warrant. Unlawful detention, class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2, that was dismissed with prejudice. Property damage, destruction, class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation 3, that was dismissed with prejudice as well. On March 18th, 2025, you did receive a 364-day sentence, which was suspended. So currently we have those 3 allegations. Mr. Conti, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, only a formal reading of the allegations. I anticipate that Mr. Samuels will be admitting to allegation number 1, and then we would move to, we'll enter denials and move to strike allegations 2 and 3.
Okay. Agent Baker, what do you want to do with 2 and 3?
I'm in agreement with 2 and 3 since they were part of the plea deal. We can match.
Okay, thank you. Sir, based off of your admission allegation number 1, which is associated with that conviction, I am going to recommend the board revoke your January 2nd, 2024 parole date. Mr. Conti, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. So for Mr. Samuels, we're recommending a 90-day sanction and then another opportunity of parole. Excuse me. This was his first opportunity of parole. He has been accepted to TOSA and has an acceptance letter available. And he's really excited to get into that program and give it his best shot with another opportunity here on parole. And at that, I'll submit.
Okay, thank you. Agent Baker, I'll turn it to you.
I actually like the idea of him going to TOSA. The only thing I would add is we put a no contact order in with this victim. They had previously history before, and due to some arrangements, they were still allowed to live together, which probably led to this issue happening again. But outside of that, TOSA would be a great program for him. I'm full supportive of that. I would just add that no contact for her.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Anything else, Agent Baker?
No.
Okay. Okay, sir. So I have some questions for you. What's left is the allegation regarding the domestic violence assault. So tell me what happened.
The whole situation started from before I went to prison. I cheated on her with someone, and we kind of thought we were going to work it out. The whole time I was locked up, we were communicating, writing. She's putting money on my books. We're talking on the phone. And then I get home, and it's like everything just kind of changed. It's like whenever we're out or she listens to like a certain type of music, and it re-triggers this issue, and she brings it up and throws it in my face. And like I say,
and who was she to you on this parole? Your girlfriend or? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
And like I said, I had spoke with Agent Baker about the situation, and he was like, you need to do something because if you catch another charge, you're going to go back to prison.
Right.
Yeah. And I kept trying to find some place else to stay that was actually suitable for me while I was on parole, but I couldn't find a place. And this incident happened. And what led up to that was 2 weeks before she tried to stab me with a screwdriver. So the marks that were on her arm was for me trying to hold her off from stabbing me.
And did you report it?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Okay.
I just try to like to keep the cops out of it.
Right.
So like I said, I went to court and they wasn't gonna plead it down. And I know in my history, there was no chance I was gonna beat it. So I just went ahead and pled to it.
Okay. I'm just catching up with you, so hold on. Now, when I was looking at all the stuff that we have in the file, domestic violence isn't new when it comes to convictions. It looks like there was a DV assault in 2017, then you were on probation, had a violation for DV, and then this new conviction. Have you ever completed domestic violence treatment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And tell me about this program that you're wanting to go to, TOSA. What do you know about it?
It's supposed to be a 30-month program, work program, basically place for me to go and get stable, get my life together, save up some money, get my own place and get out and live positive in society.
And are you planning on doing treatment while you're there?
Yes, ma'am. Everything they allow me to do, I'm willing to do it.
Okay, so if you are ordered domestic violence treatment, are you going to do it?
Yeah, I have to do it.
Okay. And then it looks like you had 3 RIM violations as parole for use of methamphetamine. So if ordered substance abuse, you're going to do that as well?
Yes.
Did you use this entire parole?
Ma'am?
Did you use methamphetamine like throughout this parole, or did something trigger it to make it happen? What happened?
These issues with her.
Okay. Now, if the board decides to give you a release, it looks like this was your first parole. You expire in 2036. I saw that there was a history between the two of you. Do you plan on still having contact with her? No.
The only thing I have to contact her about is getting my belongings, and that's it. I don't even know how to go about doing that.
I would either work with your agent or call the police to have them accompany you.
Stacey, I don't even know if she's still at the apartment or how to go about getting a hold of her. I know she was there before I got locked up, but she was in the process. She was going to court for some cases too.
Oh, I see.
So I don't know where she's at or anything.
Yeah. Well, if you're released, I would talk to Agent Baker. I'm sure he's got advice on the best way to go about that. Yeah. So if the board puts a no contact as a special condition of parole, is that going to become an issue down the road?
Oh.
Okay.
Melissa, if you're not aware, TOSA is the Other Side Academy, just so you have the full name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard it referred to as TOSA. So Other Side, yes. I get it. And we did get a letter too from them saying that you were accepted. So I was going to point that out to the board. So you plan on doing that. Thanks for that, Agent Baker. I didn't realize they were called that.
Yeah, we have all caseload of TOSA people, so.
Okay. And I know it's a work program, so there's no issue with trying to find a job. Since you've been back, have you reached out to mental health at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you on any medication?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you had to gauge your mental health today, how would you say it is?
Pretty good.
Good.
I'm just ready to start this program.
Okay. Is the medication helping?
Yes.
Okay.
One question. For Agent Baker. So do you know if I'll be able to take programs while I'm at this place or what?
I don't know exactly what, because everybody that we have that goes there goes to a certain agent. So I don't have a whole lot of details about it, but I can get those details for you before you get there.
Okay.
Okay. So, in the future, if you end up in a relationship with a female, what do you think you could do to avoid another conviction for DV? Because it is concerning the number of domestic violence convictions you've had.
My thing is I've never been able to, well, not say I've never been able to, I've never had my own place while I've been in Utah. I've had my own vehicles, my own property, but never my own place.
Okay.
They tell me these things about they love me and we can work these things out. And then something happens and they get mad and want to call the cops. And it's just a whole big downhill from there.
Do you think you have a problem with anger though?
Actually, I'm really a patient person.
Okay.
I say it takes a lot.
So I'm wondering if it is concerning the DV because apparently you're pushed to the point where you do react and then the stuff happens. So I'm just wondering if you have any plans on how to handle that when you get pushed to that limit. So it doesn't go from maybe verbal to a physical altercation.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like I said, I've pled guilty to these cases, but I've pled guilty to them. But there's like the aggravated assault, which I was on probation for, which was with the same person. I pulled up to the store, asked her, could I come to the apartment and get my things? And she starts pointing across the street about like this B is across the street. Go ask her for your stuff. And she reaches out and hits me. So when she reaches out and hits me, I accidentally, my foot comes off the off the brake, and I hit the gas pedal. She got drugged like 10 feet, and I hit 2 parked cars around the front end of my truck through a wall.
Got it. So when it comes to these domestic violence, are you reacting so you're not really responsible for any of it? Okay, so in regards to this new assault conviction, do you think you're responsible for that?
I didn't do anything.
Okay, because we could take it to evidentiary if you want.
Yeah.
You were convicted of it, but evidentiary, you can bring your own proof and witnesses, but APMP will too. It'd be a couple months down the line if you want to enter a denial. However, you do have the conviction where you pled guilty. Yeah, so
I know.
I don't know how you want to handle it. I would definitely get into some domestic violence treatment just because I think that it takes two. And so at some point, it concerns me that you're denying all of the domestic violence convictions, that you had nothing to do with it.
Like I played a part in it, but like the actual physical part, yeah, it wasn't me.
Okay.
But like I said, if they would have took fingerprints off the table that she claimed that I threw her, my fingerprints were nowhere on the table. The cops were sitting there knocking at the door. We were in the bedroom sitting on the floor, and she's like, if you don't answer the door, they're going to break the door down. And she's telling me to go in the closet while she goes and opens this door. I'm like, they open the door and I'm in the closet. It's going to look like I'm guilty.
Okay.
As soon as they open the door, she tells them he's not here, and they bust in and she just starts crying.
Okay. Do you have any medical issues that the board should be aware of? Nothing. Okay. I see you're not affiliated. You haven't had any disciplinaries. Is there anything else that we haven't discussed that you'd like to be in the report to the board?
I'm sorry for wasting you guys' time. And I wish I never got paroled to the place with her.
Well, it sounds like you do want to, in the future, maybe start out living alone, which might be good until treatment's done, you know? Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take the recommendation from your attorney and also from Agent Baker. It sounds like they agree that TOSA or other side is a good option for you. I'll submit it to the board along with everything we discussed here today. In the next 30 days, you'll find out from the board what their decision is. If you do get a release, in the letter, it'll include a release date and any special conditions, okay?
Okay.
All right. So at this time, I'm going to conclude the hearing and I wish you luck. Thank you. Have a good day. Good morning. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for, is it RUEL? Is that how you say your first name?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
CORNEAL, offender number 228347. Is that your offender number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Preto, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Conti works with Ms. Conyers. She's briefed him on everything that's going on with this parole violation and will be representing you today. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Everything in that blue packet is a copy of what I'll be using when conducting this hearing today. So currently you do have 2 allegations. Mr. Conti, are there any motions, and does he waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading. I anticipate that Mr. CORNEAL will be entering a no contest plea to the first allegation, and then we would deny and move to strike allegation number 2.
Okay. APNP, what do you want to do with number 2?
I can't hear her, man.
You're muted.
Apologize for that. I apologize. I was out for most of the month of February. I was sick, but yesterday I got a copy of the letter that the therapist sent to case manager Cummings. So we are considered as a technical. There's not going to be any charges filed against Mr. CORNEAL, but I think we should go forward with allegation number 2.
Okay, so your option is to agree to dismiss or request evidentiary?
Request evidentiary.
Okay.
So
Okay,
Mr. CORNEAL, sorry,
go ahead. No, go
was
ahead,
just-
Mr. Conti.
I was just saying, Mr. CORNEAL, at this point, the options are you and I can do a sidebar to discuss what you'd like to do here. I see the notes that Kate has given me on this. An evidentiary hearing on this matter would entail waiting in prison for about 2 more months until an evidentiary hearing can be held on that allegation.
Yes, sir. Can I get ample time to express myself and convey exactly what I would like to say, please?
Sure, there's going to be time for that, but I just want to make sure before we get into any sort of statements on the merits, we need to address what you'd like to do here. Would you like to make any admissions, either admit no contest, or we can continue with the denials? But if we maintain that denial, I'm just letting you know it is going to it'll put us on a calendar for the evidentiary hearing, which will happen somewhere in the range of about 2 months.
Yeah, see, that's just it, Mr. Conte. I was on the road again myself.
Sir, let me stop you. Do you want to have a breakout room with your attorney?
Please, ma'am, if I can.
Okay. Yep. Hold on one sec.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, no problem.
Does that put me in trouble?
No,
No,
we're just gonna
it's-
have a chat.
Mm-mm. turn the time back over to you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll maintain the denials and we'll set an evidentiary hearing.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, sir. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go back to the board, submit my report. It'll state that you denied allegation number 2 and APNP requested an evidentiary hearing. In the next few weeks, I don't really know how far we out on evidentiaries, but in the next couple months, you'll have an evidentiary hearing. At that time, you'll have representation and you'll be able to bring any evidence or witnesses that you want to present. And then APNP has the ability to do the same. You'll appear before a board member, and at that time, they'll determine whether or not you committed the allegation number 2. Do you have any questions for me about that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Mr. Conte is very nice, very patient with me. And I just got one question before I let you close out on me.
Sure.
The place where the videotape of their office, can that be presented to the hearing also, the videotape that was in their office that day? Because that was said all right there. Videotape inside the office, because it has cameras in the office, if I'm not mistaken.
Sir, I'm not sure if the APNP is planning on submitting that when they appear for the evidentiary. The attorney that's assigned to you can definitely see if it's available for you to present. I don't have any information on that, but when you're assigned your attorney and they come out and go over the case with you, you can definitely ask them if they can request it.
Yeah, because what it is, I don't want to seem like I'm being hard, how you call it, fighting. You know what I mean? I don't want to seem like I'm being like fighting against.
Right.
This is my freedom, and
exactly.
Like I tried to explain to Mr. Conte, I think I saw a camera inside of the room. If there's a camera in the room, if I'm wrong, I don't want to do the evidentiary hearing. But if I'm correct, I would like to pull the camera, man, because the camera says it all. So is there any way before you close, Miss? Is there any way that you can ask Miss Prieto if there is a camera in there? Because if it's a camera, it'll solve this whole issue.
APNP, do you know if there was a camera located where this incident allegedly happened? Were you in the Alpha office, or where were you at, sir?
I was in the office right across when you come out of Chow Hall, the office right across.
Is it right next to the control room?
The one next to that one.
Okay, let me ask 1 second, sir. No, there's no cameras in there. I was told. Because it was in the Alpha office. Yes, there's a camera in there. In most therapy offices, there are cameras, but in that office, no, there is no camera.
Miss Prieto, can you please, man? I know I'm asking a lot, man, but can you please just check for me right quick? Because if it is, I know you're doing.
I have to tell you, we're so far behind now. So really, it's just if you want to go to an evidentiary hearing, all of that can be worked out prior to that when you are assigned an attorney, or we can move forward today. But having an agent go check for cameras right now, it's really not appropriate. So I say I just need to know your decision if you want an evidentiary or to move forward today.
I don't know, man.
Mr. Cornell, what could happen is while this pens, we can then strike the evidentiary hearing later. If it does turn out, in fact, there is no camera, we can come back to this room right here and move forward with the no contest that you and I discussed.
I'll go ahead and strike it, man. Strike the evidence.
Strike the hearing, and we'll enter a no contest.
Yeah, that's a gamble I can't take.
Sir, if we set an evidentiary while you're working with your attorney, and they find that there is no camera at that time, they would like your attorney said, Mr. Conti, they'd be able to cancel that and then we just bring you back in and finish up where we left off here
I
today.
don't want to seem like I'm fighting you guys, because y'all got a little essence.
You
So we
have due
do-
process rights, Mr.
Yeah.
Cornea. So it's perfectly, this is well within your right to this. It's not, there's no perception that you're doing anything improper. And that's the entire purpose of having the time to investigate, right? This is just a meeting right now. We just need to make a decision about where we're going forward, right? Whether we're going to do the investigation, we're going to look for this evidence, or whether or not we'll make that no contest. So that's why I've advised that we move forward with the evidentiary hearing.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. And sir, I'll tell you, we do evidentiary hearings all the time, and it is, like your attorney said, it's your right. So, at this point, is that what you're wanting to do, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So here's, like I told you, you're going to be assigned an attorney. You'll have a chance to bring any evidence or witnesses. At that time, you can ask your attorney to reach out to APMP and see what video they have. And at the same time, APMP will have time to work with the attorney that represents that agency and gather any evidence or witnesses. I
don't have
for the board.
I can't afford an attorney though, man.
No, it's provided free of charge. Okay, so at this time, I'll take it back to the board, submit it to them, and we'll get you scheduled for an evidentiary hearing, and an attorney will come meet with you, okay?
I think I go ahead and go get it over with.
So you don't want an evidentiary?
Because he said, I got a right to have due process. I wouldn't be here, man, if I had that right, because I didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't want to do it.
Well, sir, one thing I can do is go back to the board, let them know what's happened here today, and let the board decide. APMP's requested an evidentiary. You're requesting for the allegation to be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll just submit that to the board, and we'll see which way they want to go.
Yes, ma'am. Because because he's saying like the sanction thing is like maybe 45 days. He doesn't know for sure. Ma'am, I'm trying to get my life started. You know, that's Miss Rachel will tell you, I'm over there respectful. I'm going to class, I'm doing this, I'm doing that.
Sir, I don't want you
I'm sorry.
want you to say anything if it does go to evidentiary. If the board decides that they don't want to do the evidentiary hearing, you'd be put right back on the calendar and we can pick up where we left off here today. That's really the best I can do, is just let them know that you're denying number 2, but you just want the allegation dismissed.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
we can see if they'll decide.
Yes, ma'am.
If that's something you want to do.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't say nothing out of the way to that lady at all.
Okay, sir, again, I don't want you to say anything.
No, I'm just saying, yes, ma'am, but yeah.
We don't want to say it here, right? That's the entire purpose of the evidentiary hearing. So if we want to make arguments, that's why we're doing the hearing, right?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Conte. Thank you, man.
You're very welcome.
Man, what's your
Okay.
name again, please?
I'm a hearing officer. My name's Melissa Stapley.
Thank you, Ms. Stapley.
You're welcome. So you'll be getting a letter from the board, and you'll find out if we're doing an evidentiary, the time and date of that hearing, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay. You're welcome. At this time, I am going to conclude the hearing. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, APMP. Good morning. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Witt, offender number 143573. Mr. Witt has authorized his attorney, Nick Conti, to represent him today. Mr. Witt has opted not to attend this hearing. Currently, we do have 7 allegations, but there is a pending case. Also, APMP is here. Agent Gillian is present. So the pending case is case number 2519-01121, possession of a dangerous weapon by restricted third-degree felony attached to allegation 3, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, class B misdemeanor attached to allegation 4, intoxication, class C misdemeanor attached to allegation 5. There is a preliminary hearing set for tomorrow, March 27th, 2025. Currently, we do have those 7 allegations. Mr. Conti, are there any motions? And I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. We'll enter denials and move to continue here in 30 days.
Okay. APMP, is there anything that you want to add?
No, nothing.
Okay. All right. So we'll conclude this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tommy Rodriguez, offender number 177598. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Taylor. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Agent Taylor, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
there you are. Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, Mr. Conti works with Ms. Conyers. He's been briefed on your parole violations and will be representing you today. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what I'm using for this hearing today. You currently have 5 allegations. Mr. Conti, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading. I anticipate that Mr. Rodriguez will be admitting to allegations 1, 3, and 4. We'll deny and move to strike allegation number 2. And as to allegation number 5, I'm not entirely clear what Ms. Conyers' notes are here. This is the evading arrest. I believe I'll ask Mr. Rodriguez if he could clarify what his intent is to allegation number 5, evading arrest.
Well, that charge was dismissed. So
Okay, in that case, we're going to be, yes, we'll be denying and moving to strike that one as well.
Okay, thank you. APMP, what do you want to do with number 2 and 5?
2 and 5. So I did not write this original report. I didn't read through the allegations very well. And I'm trying to see, because he was charged and found guilty with possession of methamphetamine, but I'm not seeing where that fits into one of, or which one of these it would fit into. Number 5 does have the possession of dangerous drugs. And so he was found guilty in Texas for possession of meth. And that's why he was incarcerated for so long, and is currently he paroled out of Texas, so he is on supervision out of Texas as well.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want me to amend the report and add one in specifically for that.
Well, I can, do you want to amend number 5 to possession of methamphetamine?
Yeah, we can do that. Because the only charge that he was actually found guilty of was the possession of the meth.
Okay. Mr. Conte, would Mr. Rodriguez, what would the plea be if it's number 5, committed the new criminal offense possession of methamphetamine on or about 2/4 of 2022? It'd be associated with the Texas conviction.
Right. So given that there is a conviction, Mr. Rodriguez, let me know if you have any issues with this, but I believe we would be comfortable moving forward with an admission to number 5, given that conviction.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so Agent Taylor, what about 2?
Yeah, we can dismiss that.
Okay. So, sir, based off of your new conviction in Texas and your admissions to allegations 1, 3, 4, and 5 as amended, I am going to recommend the board revoke your January 26, 2021 parole date. Mr. Conte, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So Mr. Rodriguez's intention is to return to Texas through the Interstate Compact, so his 10 years can run concurrent. His main goal is just to do whatever makes the most sense so he can get back into the world and start becoming a stable citizen again. So he has a one-way ticket on standby to return to Texas that he'd like to pursue. His main goal is just to do his time in the way that's most sensible and get himself back on track.
Okay, thank you. APMP, are there any other pending charges in Texas that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I'll turn the time over to you.
I think we will just stick with our original recommendation that was in this report of revoke the original parole and then give him 364 in custody and give him another shot of parole, allow him to return back to Texas. And we can just interstate compact his Utah case down there.
Okay. Anything else?
I have one question.
Sir, I'll get to you in 1 second.
Sorry about that.
APMP? No, it's okay.
Nope, that's all that I've got.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rodriguez, go ahead.
Okay, so I've been down 29 months I got picked up on October 14th for this board warrant. I was wondering if I was going to get credit for time served for that or.
Actually, Board of Pardons rules are they told that time, which was 2.5 years. So told time means that the board has added that to your sentence. So your expiration date in Utah is now September 26, 2036.
Okay.
So let's talk about these violations. So number 1 is absconding. So it looks like you were arrested and then released from jail with the order to report to parole in Texas, but you did not do that. So what was going on?
I got released and then I just failed to report. I wasn't thinking I should have just reported instead of not reporting.
Okay, and then number 3 is failure to report. So, and they're all kind of connected. Number 4 is residence. It looks like Texas parole went to your residence of record, and they were told that you never returned to that residence. So where were you at during this time that you were a fugitive?
Oh, at the time that I was on the run, I was staying on the streets.
Okay. And during this time, let's see, so you were released in April of 2022. And then, it was quite a while that you were out. So, why didn't you check in or think to contact your agent?
Well, I would, so due to the new charges, they were telling me that I was going to do 25 years. And so I just kind of had it in my mind, not to go check in.
Okay. And then, finally, if we amend that allegation to the possession of methamphetamine conviction, tell me about the new conviction. What happened?
So we were driving to Midland, Texas, from Austin, Texas. We had got pulled over, and they put me into custody. They found 1.3 grams of methamphetamine, which I took full accountability for. And that's what happened on that charge.
Okay, and am I correct that you were sentenced to up to 10 years in Texas?
Yes, they gave me 10 years in Texas.
Okay, so let's see, it looks like you have an expiration date there for July 28th, 2032. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time that you were on parole and the initial traffic stop occurred, were you using methamphetamine as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you using meth your entire parole?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so how long were you using before this arrest?
A month prior to this arrest.
Okay, is there a reason, like an incident that happened that would have triggered the drug use, or how'd you come about?
I just got around some of the wrong people, and working, stressful life. I decided to get high one time, and that one time turned into more than once.
Okay. And then when you were a fugitive, did you continue to use?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in looking at your record, it looks like this was your sixth parole attempt. Now you're on dual supervision with Texas and Utah. And during those 6 paroles, you did abscond twice. This is the second time. And then you have sentences in Utah, previous ones for possession of a weapon, assault, and then parole violations for criminal allegations on 4 of your paroles. So it doesn't look the best. Why should the board grant you a release versus keeping you in custody, either the 365 or up to 2036?
Well, I feel like, so I did some time in Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and while in the TDCJ, I worked on myself. I worked to better myself. I got a vocation degree, a certificate in carpentry.
Okay.
I did Changes 3. I did the PRTC program as well. Pre-release.
And what is that?
It's a pre-release therapeutic community.
Okay.
And these are things that I never really did in the state of Utah. Being associated with the gangs, we were never afforded that opportunity. I took all and every available programming that I could, and I actually did well out there versus out here where I've had some I've had a lot of mistakes out here. So I feel like that I worked on myself out there a lot.
Okay.
And I do have a parole plan in place. I wrote down everything. I got a parole plan, what I plan on doing for living, employment, my support system. It's in my blue packet as well.
I was going to say, I remember reading that. So I think we have a copy of that here. Because if you are released and you're allowed to, if Texas will take you back, I'm sure they will because you're on parole. you plan on working at a pizza restaurant, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they'll take you back?
Yes, ma'am. I talked to my former employer, and they said that they are willing to hire me back upon release. And then I also have a good support system out there. My wife, I got married out there. And her family out there are very supportive as well. My sister-in-law and everybody out there.
And what city is that in that you'll plan on living in?
Lockhart, Texas.
Lockhart, okay. And you mentioned before that your associate's stressful life, stress from work was the cause of your relapse. How are you going to manage that? Because of course now you'd be on parole out of Utah, Texas, family life stressors as well. So what are you going to do to make sure that you don't end up in this mess again?
Well, now I have my wife to help me out. If I feel stressed, then I could go to her and talk to her, and we can go and go to church and do things that normal people do instead of how do you say that? Instead of just keeping everything held in, I'm learning how to communicate better. So that would be how I would handle it.
Okay, so were you married to her on this parole?
No, we got married while I was incarcerated.
Oh, okay. And I know you mentioned that you did do treatment while you were in Texas. If the board orders as conditions of your parole additional treatment, are you willing to participate in that?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And then since you've been back in Utah custody, have you worked with mental health at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If you had to rate your mental health right now, how would it be?
Like 1 being bad, 10 being good.
Sure.
I would rate it 8.
Okay. Now, do you normally take mental health medication, anything like that?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. And are there any medical issues that you want the board to be aware of?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then I saw, this is way back in 2014, you were documented as a Sereno gang member. At that time, you stated you're not affiliated, but you have some family members that are Serenos and you associate with them. So what is your gang status as of today?
As of today, I'm affiliated. Like I said, I got family that are Sureños, so they continue housing me with them.
Okay, and once you do receive a release, do you plan to continue that association and affiliation at all?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And these family members that are in the gang, where do they hail from? Are they based out of Utah or in Texas?
No, ma'am, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Okay.
In Texas, none of my family out there are gang members.
Okay. And then I noticed that you haven't had any disciplinaries. Is there anything else that you want me to include in the report to the board that we haven't discussed?
I'm not sure if it says that I'm CAP compliant. I went to go when I got to Gunnison facility. I went and talked to the caseworker and I enrolled in some classes.
What did you enroll in?
Psychology, parenting, and one other class that I'm not too certain on.
Okay. I'll look into that.
Okay.
And include that. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to submit everything we discussed here to the board. Also, I'm going to include information about you being on parole out of Texas as well. and the recommendation from your attorney, which is to allow you to release on a compact. I'll also include the recommendation from APMP, which is for you to serve 364 days here in Utah and then release to a compact back to Texas. In the next 30 days, you should find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail. If you are granted a parole, you'll receive information on when that is and any special conditions. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sorry, wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher AYUDAN, offender number 212785. Is that you, sir?
Correct, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Yes,
With
sir.
us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Aiden Bird from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
I thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Bird, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Put your hands down. Mr. Ayudan, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Kate, APMP has 2 allegations. Before I take pleas, I want to give you some information.
Thank you.
In that no cases have been filed in exchange yet. However, in the e-prosecutor system, West Jordan PD, it appears, is still screening charges on this case.
Okay. I wonder what we can do to get things moving along.
The way I read it is West Jordan and somebody from the prosecutor's office has a meeting scheduled for April 1st.
Okay, great.
So I don't know what this meeting is, obviously what it's about or anything, who's involved. So.
Okay. Well, I guess with that, we'll enter denials and seek a continuance. I'm just not wanting to continue it very long so that we can get more information, but I guess I'd ask for 30 days, but I guess I'll default to whatever the board will do.
No, I think 30 days is good. Because you got a copy of the warrant request. Another thing is that APMP actually submitted a warrant recall. Based upon West Jordan stating that there's not really enough evidence to pursue charges at that time, but the board denied that warrant recall request.
Okay.
That's why we're here. So.
Yep, makes sense. So thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ayudan, here's what will happen is I will enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. Board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow the police and the district attorney's office time to decide if they're going to file charges, if they're not. If charges are not filed within the 30 days, the board will probably schedule another PV parole violation hearing, and then we'll decide what to do from there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
I do not. Thank you, sir.
Agent Bird, if you keep in contact with West Jordan, or sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to give some details. I don't have internet, unfortunately, in our office, so I was able to receive the transcript. Me and Detective Dirk Peterson actually interviewed Mr. Ayudan at the prison on the 12th of March, I believe. So that was part of the reason they were screening charges. They also did a forensic interview with the alleged victim in the case and have spoken to both the parents. And so I have a report typed up, and it's really detailed with what's going on. I just can't submit it. And so there will be an updated report with the contents of the interviews with the child, the parents, as well as Mr. AYUDAN at the prison. And then it took some time for me to get that from West Jordan, but I've been able to get in contact with Detective Peterson, and he has screened those charges with the DA's office. There's 2 different charges, and I'm sure you saw them. I think one's a sex battery and
one's a sex battery and one is sex abuse of a child.
Yeah. So based on everything that he's gathered, he thinks that he has enough, but I'm assuming that meeting is to meet with the prosecutor and see their thoughts on it. Okay. And so there's an updated amended report that will be coming to the board that has a lot of details, the contents of the interviews as well as the charges that have been filed. I just haven't had internet to submit it, and timings didn't work out. So it'll be there.
So to save you at least a little bit of extra work, don't submit that until after this meeting because it's supposed to be next Tuesday.
Okay.
West Jordan and the DA's office. That way you don't have to submit another amended request.
Okay, that works. I'll save it all and I'll just put a pin in it and have all the info there. So, but just so you're aware, he was interviewed by us as well as a forensic interview done by Detective Peterson and West Jordan PD with the alleged victim and their parents.
Okay.
So the warrant recall was originally there just because it transferred hands a little bit, and the alleged victim was not willing at the time to speak with police.
Okay.
And so they closed the case, and then it was reopened when she was willing to do the forensic interview. So having that was why we didn't feel like we could hold him, but after it was reopened, they're filing charges.
All right, that'll work then. So we'll get an amended warrant request after, I guess, in a week or two, whenever we find everything out. And then Mr. AYUDAN, like I said, if charges aren't filed in the 30 days, we'll come back and conduct this hearing. If the charges are filed, then we'll just continue the PD paper review until that court case is resolved, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Do you understand everything that happened today, Mr. AYUDAN?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any questions for me?
I do not, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll conclude this hearing then. Thanks, Aiden.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Anthony Aguallo, offender number 217632. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, on video, and APMP agent Dave Okiniewski. He's called in on phone. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you both under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please.
For me, do you need children or something?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Aguayo, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, it looks like APNP has one allegation. Do you waive formal reading and are there any motions or pleas?
We do read formal reading of the allegations. What we'd like to do is we'd like to amend the allegation from absconding to maybe changing residence if possible. In discussing kind of what happened here, Mr. Aguayo tells me that he did walk away from the VOA program, but that same day he went to Odyssey House and then he was arrested. So it's not like he absconded. His agent should have known where he was, but at most he did walk away from that program. So maybe we amend it to something about walking away from that program or about changing residence, as that, I think, if I'm understanding the story better, fits better than absconding, because it wasn't even more than a day where his agent didn't know where he was and he was in treatment. So APNP, is that something you would consider?
No, because I gave Anthony several chances. It was not just about the VOA. He was going from treatment to treatment and absconding from every single one of them. I did not know where he was. He would go and check in a treatment, stay there for hours, and then do his, like when I spoke with every single treatment provider I spoke with, they said he was running away from every treatment due to his mental health problems. I tried to address that as much as I could with treatment, with going to different treatment locations, but I truly believe that Anthony's problems are based off his mental health problem, not the drug issues. Like he's using drugs to mask his mental health problems, which are the base, and he really needs to get into that mental health treatment, because otherwise I cannot supervise him. Like, I mean, I do everything I can with him. I was helping him with every single resource. I set him up with individual classes, with everything that APNP can offer.
So, sir, what I
like
agent,
he
so,
tried a lot of different treatment locations. Couldn't.
Hold on, sorry, agent. So what I hear you saying is no, you will not amend the absconding allegation. You want to maintain the allegation that he absconded. Okay, so Mr. Aguayo, yes, what that means is, and we can talk about this privately if you'd like to, your choices are to say no contest to that and move forward, or you can have an evidentiary hearing. And if you'd like to talk to me more, we can. Do you want to enter a no contest on that as we previously discussed? Or do you want to have an evidentiary hearing in about 2 months?
Just enter a no contest.
Okay, so we'll enter a no contest on this sole allegation.
Okay, Mr. Aguayo, before I accept this no contest plea, I need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept this no contest plea today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept your no contest plea. Recommend the board revoke your April 22nd, 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. So what we're asking for is 90 days and another attempt at parole. This was his first attempt at parole, and we are asking for credit for about the 2 months he's been in custody. So basically only 1 more month is what we're asking for. He'd like to start his parole at a halfway house where he can get reestablished. He also thinks that he can return to the Odyssey House program as well. He was planning on whatever program he goes to, whether that's a halfway house or the Odyssey House inpatient program. It is his intention to do a 12-step program on top of whatever he's doing so that he can kind of maximize his treatment resources. He plans to, for work, he plans to look into an HVAC certification, and hopefully within 2 years, he hopes to get a general contractor's license so he can build tiny houses. But really, most immediately, his goal is to get back on track and stabilize with whatever treatment opportunities he has, and then go from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Agent Okolnieski, what's your recommendation?
So I agree with everything that was proposed. We should add mental health condition to his condition. I mean, to his parole agreement. I try every single treatment program with him. I try individual classes. I try everything we could offer him. And Anthony is not, he's not committing new crimes. He's not a bad person. He does struggle with the mental health issues, and we should focus on that. And I believe with that, if we can diagnose and he can have right medicine, he can be for 100% successful on his parole. He did great, but he did struggle for all this time, struggle with mental health. I would like him to serve no more than 90 days and be released to the halfway house. But we do have a mental health halfway house, which I think would be better for Anthony than places like a Fortitude, where they focus more on either criminal attitudes or drug addiction.
Okay. With his circumstances of arrest, did you guys just arrest him on the board warrant?
Yeah, so actually, I had no idea. So I called his previous place where he was at, and they said that he had a mental health crisis and ran away from the place.
Okay.
I forgot the name, and the computer is not working at the moment. But then agents were patrolling and driving around the Salt Lake City, and they called me and said hey, it's Aguallo is Aguallo still fugitive? And I said yes. And they said I think he's walking with the Odyssey House peeps around on the street. And I said oh wow, I didn't know that. So they arrested him. I don't think there was any incident.
Okay.
Yeah, he just returned to prison. But that was not without the effort. I mean, we did try different locations, different treatment places. Somewhere he could go and go. And I hope Anthony can understand that really we exhausted everything that we had on our end at that time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Aguayo, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMT. Tell me what happened on this parole.
So, I mean, Agent Okonowski said, he has helped me quite a bit. He's been a real asset for me. I can't say one bad thing about him. He did get me into one-on-one therapy, which was really helpful. And it I mean, it was painful, but it was helpful. I did struggle with I was at Odyssey House for a few weeks when some agents that I didn't know came there to check on another resident there. And I flagged them down because when I got to Odyssey House originally in intake, I had called and left a message for my PO. And then I sent a text message letting them know I was there. And then I also called from the resident, the center that I was staying at, a week later from the office phone because they took my cell phone away when I entered treatment. But once again, I got left a message. But anyways, when the two probation officers that I didn't know showed up to see on another resident, I approached them. I told them, hey, I told them who my probation officer was, and I said that we please contact him, let him know that I'm here just to verify, because I didn't want him to think that I wasn't, or you know what I mean. I was just trying to maintain contact with my PO. I never had any intention of leaving, or you know what I mean. I'd been So, and at that point, we were walking to another, from Odyssey House, we were walking to another place. I can't remember what for. It was for, some class they were having. So it was as a group, you know what I mean? And then, when we got to that other facility, the probation officers came to the door of that facility, talked to one of the guys. They said, "Do you want to come talk to the probation officers?" I did. I didn't resist or anything like that. I came to them and they had arrested me at that time, saying that I had a board warrant. I never had any intention whatsoever of losing contact with my probation officer. I did have some issues and I was struggling with problems that I've been very open to trying to fix whatever my deal is. But like I said, Okanowski's been awesome, and I really do appreciate him a lot.
What controlled substances did you use on this parole?
On parole?
Yeah.
I struggled only with methamphetamine, sir.
Okay. How often did you use?
I was clean for the first 9 months, and then I relapsed I relapsed, and then I used intermittently.
Okay.
Not very often, not as much, definitely not as much as I had been before I was originally arrested. But it was like on just it was occasionally I would get some because I was struggling.
How's your mental health?
I don't know how I can speak to that. It's I'm emotional, and I'm trying to. I was seeing a doctor at the U of U while I was out there, and he put me on Lexapro. I don't know if it helped a lot because before I was I was leaning towards suicide. But since being on Lexapro, it's curbed that, and I'm just emotional now. So I was trying to get that regulated, but I'd only seen the doctor once at Odyssey House, never at Liberty. They didn't have one available. So I've been trying to get that adjusted to stabilize my
Diagnosed with?
Depression. It's been depression. Just deep depression.
Okay.
But beyond that, I don't know.
Okay. Are you still taking the Lexapro right now?
I've been trying to, but it's hard to get it in this place. They've been having some issues with their medications here. I'm on propranolol now.
Okay.
It's not the same thing, but I'm trying to get in with the therapist here to get my medications right.
Okay. How's your physical health?
It's good. I mean, other than I did when I was at Liberty, the reason why I left there, and I should have contacted Okanowski in the first place before making my own decision to do that. My blood pressure was at on a steady 180 to over 95. I ended up having what they call the sinus tachycardia the day I left to go to the hospital. I think it's like a heart attack of some kind because they found elevated levels of I can't remember what the word is, but it said there was minor damage to my heart. Anyways, but beyond that, propranolol has been helping with the anxiety, I think.
Okay.
But other than that, my health, my physical health is good.
Okay. Do you take any medications for your heart?
Like I said, the propranolol I think is for the anxiety because it's anxiety driven. That's what the problem was.
Okay. Okay. Are you doing any programming right now?
I did sign up for programming in here, and I also had been talking to the people at Odyssey House, and they have different programs that they can get me into because I was asking to if I could do volunteer work with helping other people with 12-step programming.
Okay. And I noted that the board did receive a letter from Odyssey House saying that you're welcome back there at any time.
Yeah.
Okay. So either a halfway house or possible Odyssey House for a resident when you're released?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Like I said, as far as Agent Okanowski goes, he's been really incredible, and I never wanted to leave his jurisdiction, and that was one of the problems I had having because he's been so awesome. And And I really appreciate him a lot, so I want him to know that.
All right, Mr. Aguayo, here's what'll happen going forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have any friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
I have one more question for you, sirs. Agent Okoniewski did talk about the mental health halfway house. Department of Corrections does have a program. It's called MHSS. It's Mental Health Support Services Program. If you qualify for that, are you willing to participate in that? That means you would have to go to halfway house. But they would help you out greatly with your mental health needs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, if it's something that could help me feel better, then I wouldn't be opposed to that at all.
Okay, good. Like I said, I don't know if you qualify for it just yet. I have to talk to one of my coworkers and she can help me decide if you do. So if you do, you'll get a note in the board decision, either the MHSS program or what's called an MHSS review. And then the doctors and the program administrators out there at the prison will come talk to you to see if you qualify. Okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We will conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Best of luck, Anthony. See you soon.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
See you. Thank you, everyone.
Junior offender number 245244. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Eric Ortega from AP&P on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Ortega, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah,
I do. All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Ayala, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Kate on Monday?
Yes.
Eric, do we know if there's going to be charges filed related to these?
There will be. I was informed today by Agent Birch that he'll be facing federal charges.
Okay.
She has not received the detainer yet. She'll have it tomorrow. But yes, they will be filing federal charges.
All right. With that information, Kate, how would you like to proceed?
We anticipated that, so we were around to enter denials at this time and continue for 90 days, but we'd ask for whatever AP&P can do to speed up the process.
Okay. All right. And then just for an FYI, Mr. Ayala, it's not going to affect anything the board does. It looks like there is a pending case for no valid license and failure to signal for 2 seconds. Both of those are infractions. So it's like I said, they're very minimal. It's just once you're released, make sure you contact the court and get that fine paid.
I'm actually getting paid already.
Okay. Perfect. That's even better. I just wanted you to be aware of that. Okay. So here's what will happen is I'll enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow these pending charges to work through the court system. Okay. Ms. Conyers asked for 90 days. That's probably what the board will set it at. But they'll just continue the PV paper review until that court case is resolved. So once it's been resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know, and then we'll get you back on the calendar, okay?
So just write you guys as soon as that, what is it called, adjudicated, or as soon as I get to the first court date?
As soon as it's adjudicated, right?
Okay.
Either somehow it's case dismissed, or if you plead guilty or convicted, then let us know, and then we'll get you back on the calendar, okay?
Okay. Is my time running now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ayala.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
to
you,
see you.
Ortega.
You got it, Ayala. Good to see you. Take care, okay?
Like.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Wesley Ray Moser, offender number 75686. Is that you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent Stephen Baker from AT&T on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Baker, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Moser, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you receive your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
All right. So, Kate, the board conducted a PV hearing back in October and continued it pending charges. And then it looks like he had case number 241300677 for disorderly conduct as an infraction and intoxication as a class C misdemeanor. Pled no contest, and because you became incarcerated, the court has closed that case. Same thing in case number 245600875 for driving on suspended or revoked license as a class B misdemeanor. That was guilty with credit for time served and case closed. Case number 245300336 for possession of controlled substance, marijuana, or spice, a class B misdemeanor. Same thing, guilty, credit for time served, case closed. Case number 241913830 for aggravated assault as a third-degree felony, possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, third-degree felony, criminal trespass, class B misdemeanor. That case was dismissed without prejudice. And then case number 241914627 for criminal trespass as a class A misdemeanor. He pled guilty to that, received credit for time served, and the case was closed. I'll attach that criminal trespass to allegation number 2 and take judicial notice of that conviction. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive formal reading. I wanted to make sure that with the reading that you only have four allegations, right? A lot of those charges did not apply. Just wanted to make sure. With that, we'll admit to all four, so no need to make any motions.
Cool. Yeah, those were just all pending cases.
Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
So 4 allegations. He's willing to admit.
He'll admit all
today.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moser, are you willing to admit all 4 allegations today? Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll accept your admissions to these allegations. Recommend the board revoke your April 25th, 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. So what we'd like to do is he's asking for 180 days with basically an immediate, with credit for time served, which is in effect an immediate release, as he's been in custody since April 19th of last year. He'd ask to start his parole if given that opportunity at a halfway house. He plans to work with a 24-hour router company. He plans to do a mental health and substance a dual focus evaluation, follow through with any treatment. As for work, he is trying to establish disability so he can receive SSDI. That's his plan for income. And it sounds like in our conversations, he really does want to finish parole and he knows what he needs to do. He doesn't need any more time in custody to figure that out. Once he goes to the halfway house, he'll get stabilized and kind of get life back in order.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Baker, what's your
Thank
recommendation?
For the most part, I agree with Kate. He usually does pretty well at the Fortitude where he has a structure. The issue always happens when he moves into the community or he meets or moves in with some random woman. And usually shortly after that, he kind of goes off the rail. And I think that when he relapsed this last time, that kind of put him on the path to where he tried to enter this woman's home. That, if I remember correctly, his parents used to own. So that's kind of concerning to me. But if we can get him stable in the Fortitude and get him back up where he can stay clean, I think he'll do fine. But my issue has always been with Wes is he stumbles and goes back to meth use, and it's not long after that he has issues.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Moser, we've heard from AT&T, we've heard from your attorney. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I just, I don't know, I trusted in some people and it was just the wrong person to put trust in. And I just, like my agent said, once I trusted in that, it was just a free for all. I mean, it was just time, it was just in time. I just fell. I mean, I realized that the only stipulation is I got to fix me before I leave the halfway house. I can't just go off and try and think that somebody else is going to help me in my problems. And I have to issue them with mental health and all that before I even decide to leave the halfway house.
Mm-hmm.
But I need the stabilization around the halfway house and all that. I can't
Right. How come you went to this house?
Well, it was my dad's house and I was just, it was just it's just kind of all run down and then my buddy lives across the street and I was just, I just seen that it was immaculate, it was just far back, the fence was all pried in the back and I was just worried about the lady. I didn't know if she was all right. It just looked like her house been ran through or something. The fence in the back was all bent through, people been sneaking in and out of there. And I was just concerned and everybody took it wrong. I was trying to walk into their house and all that. But
how could you have handled that better?
That.
You're worried about somebody, right?
Yeah.
You know this person?
No, not really. I met her when I got out the first time. I was kind of sad about my dad's death and all that. And I just wanted to spend time at the house and all that. And I wasn't trying to hurt the lady or anything. I wasn't trying to break into her house or nothing. I just wanted to talk to her. It was just the old times just brings back memories.
Okay. Did she call the police?
Yes.
Do you understand why she was a little worried?
Yeah, I feel I see that me is, she don't know it's me as a stranger and all that. And I probably look pretty scary.
Oh, I mean, even if you don't, right? Stranger
Yeah.
shows up to your house
Yeah.
and they're like, I live here and
Yeah.
can I come in for a minute? And I'm worried about you, right? That's a little concerning from the homeowner's perspective.
Yeah. Well, I didn't ask her to come in or anything.
Okay.
I just knocked on her door and nobody answered. So
Okay. Nobody answered. So then what happened?
I just went in the backyard and, you know, what I mean, just, and it was just.
Okay. What controlled substances did you use on this probe?
Just some meth, just meth. I had a weed card, but that kind of expired.
Okay.
But
how often were you using meth?
I don't know, maybe twice a week or so.
Okay. You're in the modified monitored STG program still?
Yes, Your Honor.
How's your mental health?
Oh no, I'm trying to, I got PTSD, anxiety, depression, what is that? IED.
Okay.
Intermountain explosive disorder. I've been trying to get on SSI and all that just to like kind of pay for the pills and all that stuff. And I mean, but it's just kind of like they always deny me and stuff. And I don't know, I just got to keep taking the route. They said that they'll deny me like the first 4 times and then kind of start to help me after that. But
right, okay. Do you take any medications right now?
yeah, I'm taking some pill. I can't remember the name, but yeah, I'm on pills right now. Yes.
Yeah, what do you take it for?
It's I don't know. It's a mixed. It's estrastapine or something like that. And I'm taking like nerve pain pills, but that's about it. But it works for depression, anxiety, and PTSD.
Is it gabapentin?
No, it's not gabapentin. No, it's not. No, it's not Neurotins. No, it's no. But the nerve pain pills, they're like they won't start me out on gabapentin yet, but
okay,
it's like, but that's for like just like nerves. But the other one's for depression and stuff.
Is it escitalopram?
Yes, that's the one.
All right. Other than nerve pain, how's your physical health?
Good, real good. Besides, I'm 50.
I'm not too far behind. Are you doing any treatment right now? Any programming?
Well, I did the MRT program, but no, there's just no. It depends on the time. They were just trying to see what the board gave me, and then the green would pick me up if I did significant time.
Okay. That's pretty standard right now. It looks like you had 2 disciplinary violations. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You took an extra tray?
Yeah.
What was the consequences of that?
They just gave me a write-up, and it kind of prevented me from getting a job. I was trying to get, I mean, I was just hungry. I mean, I just I don't get like commissary or nothing. I mean, I'm poor.
Yeah. And then you had one because you were supposed to go to transport, but you went to chow instead?
Yeah.
Did you know you had transport?
Yeah. They told me.
Why'd you go to chow instead of transport?
Because they say that they're going to save our trays, but when we come back to the section, they're like somebody have ate them or they forgot about to get them. So my court was like at 1:30, so I wasn't like anything late to my court. It was on their behalf.
Okay.
To be there early, yeah.
What was the consequences of that?
What did they give me? He gave me a fine, I think.
Okay.
A 30-day fine.
Okay.
Or a $30 fine, I think.
$30 fine? Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go to the halfway house?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Just that I take full responsibility of my actions, and I am sorry for messing up this time.
All right, Mr. Moser, here's what I have going forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing. Mr. Sailors, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
On record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Sean Howard Sailors, offender number 136769. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Steve Baker from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, Agent Baker was sworn in at a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Sailors, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Kate, APMP has 2 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive. Sir, let me handle this for a quick second and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Sailors, okay? So we are going to admit to both the 2 allegations.
All right, Mr. Sailors, Ms. Conyers indicated you're going to admit to both allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes.
Before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If I accept these admissions today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'll accept your admissions to both allegations. Recommend the board revoke your October 1st, 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, so what we're asking for, thank you, is 90 days with credit for time served. He's served almost 2 months in custody. So he's asking for credit for approximately 60 of those days. And then another attempt at parole. This was his first attempt, so if given the opportunity, it would be his second. He plans to live at his same address with his aunt in Midvale. He has a job that he can return to. That's at A1 Abatement. They sent a letter to the board
Yes, they did.
confirming that he would have employment with them. Perfect. And then he does want to get into treatment. When I asked him what would be the difference between last parole and this time, we had a good conversation about he has a lot more support this time from family and obviously employment and otherwise. He also has transportation to get back and forth to work and to appointments, so that shouldn't be as hard for him. He also is really motivated not only to do well on parole, but also in schooling and with employment opportunities. He wants to do school and business management to open up even more doors to him. So that's his plan and request at this time.
Great, thank you. Agent Baker, what's your recommendation?
I have a couple quick questions before I give that, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Is this going to be the same address, Sean?
Yes, it will be. Yes.
And where were you when you weren't there?
I was at work, and then just recently my aunt died, passed away, and I was in Carbon County, and I was kind of helping my mom. She's going through a hard time, and that's where I got arrested at.
Okay. My recommendation is going to be Fortitude. I never once saw him, at least not that I can recall, at that address. I believe the aunt or whoever lived there opened the door one time, and every other time I attempted to do a home visit, nobody would answer the door. I don't feel that's a good address just because I can't verify who's actually living there, and I never saw him there. Outside of that, I only had him for a very short period of time. I want to say it was less than 2 months before he absconded from supervision. So I don't have much interaction with him outside of his initial visit.
Okay. I mean, this is just for your information, Mr. Sailors, is that APMP has the authority to deny an address, okay?
Okay.
That's not something the board says, that's up to APMP. And so if you give them an address and they never find you there, they're not going to approve that address anymore. Yeah. Especially if there are people there and they're not opening the door, acknowledging APMP's visits or things like that, not telling you that they're visiting, then that's not a very supportive address and it's not conducive to success on parole. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Agent Baker. You say, Mr. Sailors, tell me what happened on this parole.
I messed up. I just got caught up in the moment and started going to work and that. And then since my aunt passed away, and I kind of there's no excuse. I just lost track of time and just kind of was focused on my mother. Cause like I said, her sister passed away and she was like, my mom really wasn't the same kind of pretty much. And so I was just trying to give more support, and like I says, I should have stepped up to the plate and reported into APMP like I should have, and I pay the consequences for that. And I understand my downfall for that.
Here's what happens, Mr. Sailors, right? I'm a former PO, and Agent Baker is a PO. Here's one thing that will guarantee you coming back to prison. If you don't have contact with APMP, okay, if you don't call them, if you're not where you're supposed to be at your residence, you don't report when you're supposed to, you give APMP and the board no choice but to bring you back to prison, because that's what we do, right? If we can't make sure that you're being successful on parole and doing what you're supposed to do, then we'll let you sit in prison for a while, and then we know you're going to do what you're supposed to do.
Right.
Okay. So make sure, I know this is your first parole, but you're an old number, so you've been on probation at least for a little bit. The rules are even stricter than they were on probation. Okay?
Okay.
How were you arrested? You mentioned Carbon County. Who arrested you?
It was just one of the Carbon County police officers.
Okay. Why did they arrest you?
Because I had a board warrant.
So no new crimes or anything like that?
No, I didn't bring back no new charges or nothing, no.
Okay. Why didn't you report to APMP in Carbon County?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I guess I was scared.
Okay. I mean, I understand that, right? I understand being scared. But like I said, the longer you wait to report, the worse it gets for you.
Right.
Right? If you call Agent Baker and tell him that your aunt passed away and you need to help support your mom down in Carbon County, they can transfer your supervision down to Carbon County. Okay?
Okay.
Did you use any drugs on this parole?
I smoked marijuana.
Okay. Do you have a medical marijuana card?
Not recently, no.
How often were you smoking?
Maybe once a week, every 2 weeks.
How's your mental health?
It's okay.
Ever been diagnosed with anything?
They've been diagnosed for schizophrenic.
Do you take any medications?
Recently, I'm not taking none, no.
What do you mean not recently?
Well, years ago, back in 2001 or 2003, I was taking Zyprexa, Seroquel, and Haldol.
Okay. How come you stopped those?
Because I wasn't able to I wasn't able to function pretty much. Like they had me on 900 milligrams of Seroquel.
Dang, okay.
And I was kind of, so yeah, I just quit taking them because I wasn't,
Okay. Were you smoking marijuana to help control some of those symptoms?
Mainly my anxiety, a lot of my anxiety and stuff like that. Yeah.
Do you have any other mental health diagnoses?
No.
How's your physical health?
It's pretty good.
How are you handling your aunt's death?
I'm doing all right with it. Like I said, my mom she was tore up about it. That was her little younger sister. So, but like I said, she's doing better now. I mean, and now I'm kind of worried about my mom because my mom's up there in her age.
What did your aunt die from?
She had a brain tumor.
Okay.
And then she was taken, they had her on Xanax. The doctors had her on Xanax and that, and she just, the whole time she just kept telling my mom, they keep telling me to die. They want me just to die so they can take everything I have. And then that's pretty much what her kids were telling her, whatever. So.
Oh, that's what her kids were telling her?
Yeah. So, but yeah, she died in the front room. So.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Have you seen mental health while you've been incarcerated?
Yeah.
Okay. I encourage you to continue seeing mental health, and then even after you're released, okay?
Okay.
Now, obviously, we got the letter from A1. They're willing to take you back, hire you, right?
Yes.
That letter was very supportive of you. If APMP does not allow you to move back to that address where your aunt lived, do you have a backup plan?
I would like to be able to approach my mom's if not allowed at my aunt's.
Okay. And that's down in Carbon County?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to add real quick that
yeah, go ahead, Steve.
He's been arrested and placed in Carbon County at least 6 times. So he's in that area a lot anyway. That may be a better option for family support.
Okay. Okay. I'll note that. I mean, obviously, Baker, that's up to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, is there anything else you'd like the board to know, Mr. Sailors?
Just I take credit for my wrongdoings, and I learn from my mistakes, and I just want to second chance, just be able to prove not only to myself but to everybody out there, and mainly my support as well, that it's not for nothing that
I got a lot going for me now. Like my job's willing to take me back. I got transportation. My cousin said she'll even help me. She's a therapist. She says she can help me with my counseling, like somebody to talk to, my problems, stuff like that. So,
is this aunt in Midville? Is this the one that passed away?
No.
Okay, different aunt.
Yeah.
Good. I was going to ask if it was the same one. Who else is living there?
No, it was my Aunt Vicky that passed away.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sailors, here's what will happen going forward. Back up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through email. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Baker. This is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for Randy Dean Grover, offender number 175345. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Yeah.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Dusty Veeder from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yeah.
I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Vader, so I'll need to place you under oath. Will you raise your right hands for me, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Grover, did you receive 7 days written notice for this hearing?
Yeah.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yep.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kate, Mr. Grover had a pending case 251500098. In that he pled guilty to retail theft as a Class A misdemeanor. Court sentenced him to credit for time served and closed the case. Then he has case number 251600007 for possession of a controlled substance, a 3rd-degree felony, possession of marijuana spice, Class A misdemeanor, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor. This case is set for a waiver hearing on May 8th of 2025. Do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive formal reading of the allegations. We will be entering denials at this time. We'll be asking to continue for 30 days while he finishes that case. I will note that when I spoke with Mr. Grover on Monday, we only had the blue packet with the 3 allegations. Now it has been increased to 5.
Yes.
Mr. Grover, if you haven't received those, that's to match what your new case. So, but we'll enter denials on all of them. It doesn't matter. The issue is moot because you'll get that and we'll still be able to handle it in good time.
So they refile, they did file the other stuff then?
Yeah, they filed the other stuff there in Kane County.
I should be able to globalize it all then and get it all taken care of at once, hopefully.
Yeah. It's a Kane County case.
Yeah.
Your next court date is May 8th. So Kate, I think I'll probably set this out for 60 just in case,
Sure.
if that's okay.
Yep, I think that's perfect. Let's do that.
I'm not sure 30 is enough time. Mr. Grover, I will make sure you get the amended warrant request with all of the allegations, hopefully by this week if you haven't received it already. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't received it, so.
Okay. I will make sure you get the new warrant request because it does have the added allegations pertaining to the pending court case, but you're entitled to that information as well. Okay.
Yeah, I knew it was coming anyway. I just was hoping they would just do it all together so I could just get it all taken care of and squashed at once. So hopefully I can get that taken care of within 60 days.
All right. So here's what will happen is I will enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this pending case to get resolved. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know, and then we'll get you back on a calendar as soon as possible. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Nope.
All right. With that,
I'm good.
We will conclude this hearing. Thank you. This is the time and place set for parole violation hearing for Corey Benally, offender number 210-427. He is not present at this hearing because he is actually attending a court hearing in, I think it's Utah County District Court right now for some pending charges. We do have Agent Matt Jensen from AP&P with us, as well as Kate Conyers, his attorney. So Kate, Mr. Benally does have a couple pending cases. First one is case number 251903609 for possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance as a secondary felony. This case is set for an initial appearance on April 17th of 2025. And then he also has case number 251400518 for possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, a third-degree felony, threat, use a dangerous weapon in a fight, a Class A misdemeanor, assault, a Class B misdemeanor, and intoxication, a Class C misdemeanor. That is the case he's appearing in court right now, today, March 26th, for his initial appearance. AP&P has 4 allegations, Kate. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions, please?
Yes, we do waive formal reading and enter denials at this time and make a motion to continue for 90 days. It may not take as long, but I told him on Monday to write the board when he is finished with all of this.
All right, perfect. I'll enter denials to all the allegations on his behalf. We'll schedule a PV paper review in 90 days, and then we'll eagerly await Mr. Benally's correspondence.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do you have anything for us, Matt?
Nope.
All right. With that, we'll conclude
Perfect.
the series. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay.
We'll see you guys.
Thanks
Kate.
for
We'll see you
answering next
week.
questions. Well,
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Gary Ray Quinn, offender number 128575. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Mr. Nick Conti, and Agent Sean Lunt from AT&T on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Lunt this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Quinn, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Did you have a chance to speak with your attorney on Monday?
I did.
You probably spoke with Kate Conyers. Mr. Conti is an associate of hers, so he knows what's going on. He's going to represent you today, okay?
Okay, awesome. Cool.
All right. So you did have a pending case. It was case number 251400387 for domestic violence, aggravated assault, third-degree felony, possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, also a third-degree felony. This case was dismissed without prejudice. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
All right. So with that, Nick, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading. At this time, I anticipate that Mr. Quinn's going to be, first we'll be asking to recall the warrant, and then I anticipate that Mr. Quinn will be entering denials to allegations 1, 2, and 3, and we would then move to strike those. And I believe we will be entering a no contest to allegation number 4. That is the substance use and treatment program.
Right. All right. Agent Lunt, what would you like to do with allegations 1, 2, and 3?
The thing that concerns APP about this is the nature of the charges that were brought, even though they have been dismissed. He's had 11 other paroles with some significant violence in those previous cases. I did see where they had dismissed it, even though they had video evidence and stuff like that. We understand that they did dismiss it. All those are basically, I think what we were asking for is revoke, reinstate, and some kind of treatment for not only the substance abuse, but maybe some anger management.
Okay. So are you willing to dismiss the allegations?
Yeah.
1 through 3?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Quinn, Mr. Conti indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest allegation number 4 today with denials to allegations 1 through 3. Is this correct?
Yeah, is that, I'm kind of confused on what that means. Because I had, my parole officer is so right. Like these guys at this halfway house have been really great. And I'm very grateful for being able to be there, but I don't know what that entails.
Okay.
So is that if my attorney says that's what I'm going to go with, because I think he's got my best interest. Yeah.
Okay.
If we need to have another chat, Gary,
I was going to say, do you want to talk to him again, Nick, and kind of explain to him more, or I can explain to him the basic procedures?
Yeah, if you want to go with basic procedure, and if he still needs some more clarification, we can go from there.
Okay, Mr. Quinn.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Conti, on your behalf, has denied allegations 1 through 3, saying you did not commit those allegations. Okay.
Right.
That is based upon the court case being dismissed.
Yes.
Okay. But he entered a no contest plea to allegation number 4, saying that you failed to complete the substance use treatment program at Timpanogos TCTC. That is not, it's similar to, but not quite an admission. Okay, but the board will treat it as an admission, so they'll revoke parole and then reinstate you on parole, or put you back on parole. Okay.
So they won't recall. So they won't recall the warrant.
No, because in order to recall the warrant, they would have to dismiss all of the allegations. Okay. The caveat here is that even that APMP has agreed to dismiss those allegations, that you have denied allegations 1 through 3. The caveat here is that the court dismissed that case without prejudice, so it can be refiled in the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, I mean, I don't. They watched the video and they seen that we're playing in the snow, making snow angels and doing all that.
Hey, Gary, let's not talk about the details or anything.
Yeah.
You want to have a conversation about facts?
Okay.
That's something for you and me. We don't want to do that in the.
Yeah, that's the other thing, Mr. Quinn, is because this is an official legal hearing. Anything you say here, can be used in refiling. Okay.
Okay.
So when we have our conversation, I'm not going to ask you about anything that happened with these alleged offenses that were dismissed. Okay. Because I don't want you to implicate yourself in any crimes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So with a no contest plea to allegation number 4, here's what I need to inform you of is, excuse me, you have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence.
Right.
State would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf.
Right.
If I accept this no contest plea to allegation number 4, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing on that allegation only, okay?
Right.
Okay. One other thing you need to know is that even though you have denied allegations 1 through 3 and APMP is willing to dismiss those allegations, the board can still order an evidentiary hearing.
Right.
Okay. And then that would happen. You would have an attorney, APMP would have the attorney general, and it'd be like a little mini trial for you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So you understand everything we've talked about so far?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any other questions about evidentiary hearings, pleading no contest, denials and dismissals?
No. So I guess the end result is it's just that the revoke reinstate, it just means that this time, from November 24th, it just doesn't count towards my parole, right? Towards being out there on parole.
From the time you were out on parole, November, until you're arrested, you were on parole. This counts as you being incarcerated, so it's still, everything still counts as part of your overall sentence towards your expiration. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All this still counts.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I'm like, because I just want to get up. I was doing so well. You know what I mean? I was doing so well. So yeah.
Okay. So with that, I will accept your no contest plea to allegation number 4.
Okay.
Recommend the board revoke your November 26th of 2024 parole. And then I'll turn the time over to Nick.
So our recommendation is another opportunity of parole. Mr. Quinn is interested in returning to the halfway house he had been in prior. He only had 1 week left to complete that program. He does still have stable work at an organization called Nomad Trailers, where he's making good money, $30 an hour. And he's interested in continuing his treatment. So all indications from our side is that Mr. Quinn is eager to continue and have a good opportunity at another parole again. And on that, I'll submit.
Thank you. Agent Lunt, what's your recommendation?
APMP concurs with that. We want him to finish his treatment. And that, of course, be up to the clinical staff, where they have him start again or not in his treatment. But yeah, we feel that the treatment's the most important thing. And so we're willing to concur on the halfway house recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Quinn, we've heard from your attorney. We've heard from APMP. Like I said before, is when I ask you questions and when you want to answer, I'm going to avoid talking about these charges that were dismissed because they can be refiled, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I don't want you to get into trouble that way. And if Mr. Conti pipes up and tells you to stop talking, I suggest you listen to him.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I was at the halfway house. I was doing super good. I got a job. Like I said, I was 1 week away from completing the halfway house. Well, completing the treatment center, the treatment at the halfway house. I kind of wanted to stay there just to transition after, you know what I mean? Stay there because it's an easy place to save up money. So I got a good job. I was doing really well. And I think that halfway house is really, I think all the staff there are really awesome too. So yeah, I would just like that opportunity to just go back there and to continue.
Okay, good.
I do have a mom that's she's ill and stuff like that. She's in a rest home and stuff like that. So she's my motivation, you know what I mean? So I do got motivation. I got family support and you know what I mean? So
what city does she live in?
So right now she's at it's at Stonehenge Treatment Center in Springville, Utah. It's like a recovery center. She's got pancreatic cancer. So she's just, you know what I mean? It's not something that's she's gonna, unfortunately it's just a bad thing. So
that one's devastating.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think
the Jazz Bear just came down with it too or something too. So
okay,
it's kind of a bad thing.
Did you use any controlled substances on this parole?
No, I'm good on that. I had like 7 UAs on there that they should all be clean right there from the halfway house. So I should be rocking on that. At least that's what it said all in my board packet. So
okay. I only ask because in my report, it looks like you tested positive for amphetamines and Suboxone after you came back to prison.
I'm not sure, like, because I was in jail. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. That's a miracle thing.
That'll explain that one. The amphetamines, do you take Adderall?
I have taken Adderall in the past, but I was at the county jail.
Okay.
I was at the county jail.
Well,
so
those ones can stay in the system for a while, so that might explain those positive tests.
Yeah, that might explain it.
Okay. Are you still STG affiliated?
Absolutely not. My patch is crossed out and covered up.
Okay.
Do not affiliate with those guys whatsoever.
Okay. Here's what I would do is I would talk to your case manager.
Yeah.
About entering what's called the modified monitored program or STG. That'll get you off the STG list. Okay.
Oh, I did that over 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. You did that? Okay.
Yeah. I did that. It's been 2020 or 2021 that I did that.
Okay, good. How's your mental health?
Excellent. Hey, so one thing I would like no, but one thing I would like to mention, so this time that I was out, I got fully approved for voc rehab, which is kind of a big deal because they're willing to give me some training. Right. Me being incarcerated for as long as I have been, and to be able to get training and get that's kind of a big deal type stuff.
Oh yeah, no, the board will order voc rehab again for you.
Okay,
so
cool.
that you can take advantage of that program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
How's your physical health?
Thank you. Pretty good. I'm a little sunburned right now.
Well, we talked about that before the hearing, and it's a nice day, right?
Yeah.
So, are you doing any programming right now?
Right now, because of the time frame that I have, they don't start programming. So right now, they just said for me to wait till after I go to the board and find out what's going to happen. And
that's what they usually tell you. Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to go back to the halfway house?
I would love to. I'd love to go back there.
And then what do you do for Nomad Trailers?
I'm a welder. And I hook up their the solar panels. They put solar panels they take the Connex and they make it into a mobile office for job sites and stuff like that.
Right.
And yeah, so I put the solar panels on and I also do the welding.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, so the board doesn't specifically order halfway houses, right? They'll just say go to a halfway house. It's up to AP&P to decide which one you go to.
Yeah.
Okay, so you may go back to TCTC, you may go back somewhere else.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No, Lunt, can I please come back to you? That's it.
That's
it. You're an awesome parole officer. You were doing good with me, and I would really like to come back to you.
Like he said, that'll be up to the board, but yeah, we'll have you back.
Thank you. I
Write a
appreciate
letter to TCTC and see if they'll take you back. Right?
Okay.
So that's about all you can do, okay? Talk to your case manager, see if your case manager can put in a good word for you down at TCTC, but it's up to them to figure out, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Quinn, here's what'll happen going forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thank you, Lunt. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Sean. Nick, it was good seeing you again.